everybody. Here we are. We're back. We're still doing it. We're still here. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. We're going to get our paint on today. You guys know how it goes. A little more inquisitorial agents. Hope you guys are doing well. Happy holidays. Christmas is right over the hill. Thank you guys for chilling. All right, you guys. So we did a vote the last couple of weeks of what we're going to be painting first. And it turns out we're going to be painting the little mystic homie first. You see that? Hold on. I don't think I have the showcase on for the... Come on. Come on. All right. Yeah, that guy. He's got no head, but we're going to paint this guy. While we listen to a little live stories from a Border Prince, like we did last week. Hello, Truth. Hello. Thank you for being here. Here we are. We're doing it. Grab your drinks and your snacks and your enhancers. Get there, find it, do it. Cheers, you guys. Crack my drink open while it's still cold and I forget. Before I forget. Cheers. All right, let's get it started. Kill the music.
Servo mechanisms
switch over to story mode
as the Spira lifted its still living victim off his feet, raising him high above its head in a superhuman.
Let me know if he gets too loud and I'll turn him down. I should be all right. Hopefully, it should be all right. Francois, what's up, dude? Here we are.
Depths of his soul, as the Spira released the blade.
And also a heads up for Darktide. So
with a dismissive gesture, the Spira hurled its victim over its head.
Since I got Fallout coming out at midnight, I'm gonna kill the stream at I don't know 15 till midnight to give me a chance to get the stream ready real quick. So if you guys want to play some Darktide, either we could like play maybe a round before I start, or we could play after the episode. I probably won't live stream it, but
at the last moment,
yeah.
Dawn dropped the pistol and drew his
we'll play it by ear for now. But for the most part, yeah, I got that other Fallout stream episode. It's just one episode, so it'll be about an hour stream.
Him and his enemy backwards into the waste.
Yeah.
Jarl turned and ran, knowing that Dawn's attack had been a brave but hopeless gesture. Behind him, he could hear Dawn screaming in rage and agony as he tried to pull the Spira down with him into the corrosive depths of the waste pool. Jarl knew the Spira would survive. Nothing could kill it, and it would be coming after him next. He snatched up Lan's las pistol, realizing the futility of the gesture, but wanting to at least die fighting with a weapon in his hand. The hunter pulled itself out of the waste pool, leaving the burning and dissolving remains of Dawn behind it. Neural links ran a damage check on its suit systems. Its armor was corroded in several places, and the burning acids had destroyed its chameleon camouflage system. In time, the suit would repair itself, but the hunter, driven by the need to kill, was oblivious of all thoughts
just
of
eyeballing the
repair.
colors on the mystic
Even now,
agent first.
Its last victim was escaping, and the hunter was determined to finish its game. Jarl ran through the maze of ruins, knowing that the Spira was close behind him. He could feel its thoughts buzzing in his head, whispering horrors.
We're gonna be all right.
Barely recognized as coming.
We're
from
gonna be all right,
human.
you guys.
Occasionally, he would feel his mind spiral out from under him. Then he would be inside the mind of his enemy, seeing and experiencing everything around it as it moved across the top levels of the ruins, leaping from structure to structure and scuttling insect-like up the sheer sides of walls and shafts. He found himself running towards a rusting metal walkway, maybe 1 meter wide, spanning a chasm from some long-past earthquake. Its sheer sides dropping away into nothingness. The Spira was hunting him, he knew, probably herding him into another of its traps. If only he could control his
so
new
that's
ability,
the darkest red I have
focus
for
his
the
visions
robes.
that flashed
Black
through
red.
his mind.
I got black
His
red,
boots made the precarious
bloody
walkway
red,
echo beneath his pounding feet. A voice in Giles' head suddenly
and dark
screamed a warning,
vermilion.
telling him to stop. Giles threw himself onto the reverberating walkway, seeing in an instant the
Black
deadly
red probably
trap he
looks
had
the
almost run
closest
into. Strands of the
to the
spider's
Inquisitorial
metallic
agent.
web line
Or, I'm sorry,
strung
the
out
Mystic Agent.
across the walkway. If Giles had kept on running, he would surely have been sliced apart. A wave of terror washed through the young ganger. The spider was just playing with him, toying with him like a cat until it closed in for the final kill. What chance did he, Giles the Runt, the weakling of the litter, stand against such an enemy? A dark shape swooped low over his head, and Giles felt a vibration as it landed on the walkway behind him. He hauled himself up and span around to face the spider, steadying his stance on the walkway and gripping the las pistol in both hands. The nightmare stalked slowly towards him, venom-dripping weapon claws slowly extending from their armoured casings. Jarl knew he had nowhere to run. Before him was the spider, behind him the barrier of razor-wire web. Below the walkway on either side, a long fall into oblivion. The final trap had been sprung, and the game had reached its end. A terrible sliver of ice ran the full length of his spine. "Fear is the greatest killer of all," the spider said mockingly, perfectly imitating the voice of his dead brother. "Conquer fear, and you will be ready to call yourself a true warrior." At the sound of Malin's voice, something convulsed inside Giles' head. Fear gave way to fiery rage and hatred as he heard this creature, this foul thing, speak with the voice and words of his dead brother. His fury opened up something within him.
Survivor 50? Wow. Survivor 50? Are you what?
Channeled and released by his rage. Jarl was thrown backwards into the hard, cold metal as he felt some uncontrollable energy erupt from his body, a wave of enormous concussive force spreading out from him in all directions. The walkway beneath him buckled as the aged metal was rent by the supernatural force Jarl had somehow released. With a scream, he realized he was sliding down towards the spire web of razor wire. Jarl scrambled up the slope of the collapsing walkway, grabbing hold of a bent support beam. Turning, he saw the spider leap from the shifting platform as it gave way under its feet. A thin web line shot out from its outstretched wrist, seeking a secure anchor to the structure at the other end of the vanished bridge. "No, not this time," swore Jarl, determined that the spider would not escape him. "This time the hunt ends here." Unthinking, Jarl raised his las pistol in his free hand, aiming not at the spider, but at the web line supporting it. He reached out with his mind, focusing his expanded senses on the thin strand of metal glistening in the darkness, and pulled the trigger. A searing bolt of laser energy leapt from his gun, his mind flying out with it, leading it, taking it to its target. The shot hit true, vaporizing one segment of the web line in a flash of white-hot energy. Caught in mid-swing, the spider tumbled down into the darkness, diamond-edged claws throwing off sparks as it tore at the sheer walls of the chasm, vainly striking out to find a desperate handhold. "No!" Malin's dead voice cried as the creature fell. "Jarl!" And then it was gone, its death scream amplified by its suit's systems. An electronic screech that seemed to echo forever across the hive bottom, long after the spider itself had been swallowed by the chasm. "Eric, face it. If Dawn ain't coming back, none of them are." The Steel Skull gangers waiting by the open blast doors looked more worried about losing their wages than any real sorrow. The old man sighed to himself and turned back towards the light. "Very well, seal the doors," he ordered. "They had an extra day cycle. We put ourselves at too much risk already by waiting here so long." Herrick watched as his two lieutenants carried out his orders and silently swore under his breath. He had lost whole parties of Jews to the ritual before, but he'd had high hopes for at least some of this group. But, at the last, there would be other tests and other initiates, all of them eager to prove their manhood amidst the dangers that lay in wait on the other side of those doors. From his hiding place, Jarl watched the gangers haul the blast doors closed. He wanted so much to shout, to run towards them, to tell Herrick and the others that he was still alive, that it was over, that he was safe and just wanted to go home. But he knew that would be madness. Everything had changed. Now that he knew what he was, a psyker, a witchling, he knew he could never return home. Not that his stepfamily would mourn him, not when they had lost a real son. He was orphaned again. He was an outcast, a renegade, doomed to dwell in the darkest places with the others of his kind.
Sounds good, dude.
The freaks, monsters, and mutants of Hive Bottom. After a long moment, Jarl turned and walked away. He did not look back at the final clank of the bolts when Herrick's men sealed the doors shut behind him. Silently, he slipped off into the shadows, already welcoming the protection and anonymity they offered. Well, there you go. Bit of grim, dark Necromunda fun. Haven't had a Necromunda story for a while. This, of course, is by the great Gordon Rennie, the author of Execution Hour, Blood Quest, amongst other things, one of the sort of early great writers for Black Library and Games Workshop. Great stuff, fantastic, love his work. I hope you enjoyed this. Big vibes of Predator 2, I have to say. I love that movie. Some people don't think it's very good. I, myself, think it's great. Danny boy. Thank you all for watching, and if you'd like to support the channel and get your name added to the roll call of honour you see scrolling through, and thank you to everybody who has supported the channel. Your names are here for all eternity. You are honoured with this, and if you'd like to join that list and help out the channel, please do consider becoming a YouTube member or a patron on Patreon, whichever suits you best. But if you can't do that, or if you can do that, please, in addition, please give the video a like. Let me know in the comments what you think. I'm a proper YouTuber.
Hell
I'm a
yeah.
professional, as you can tell.
We're going to give him a like. Oh, we already
do,
gave him a like.
Like
Hell
the
yeah.
video and let me know in the comments what you think. Both of those things really, really help a channel like mine grow. I really appreciate it if you could do that. And I'll be back with more stuff very, very soon. I've tried to keep to at least one video a week. I've got some bigger videos coming up, though, so they might take like 2 weeks to get done because they're so long and big, and it's a big time investment. So do bear with me, but I think we're back in action now, right, boys? We're back in action with the content. It's coming regular. It's coming fast. I've adapted to my child waking me up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I've adapted. I have a new internal time, so now I'm able to work more than I was. So anyway, I will be back again very soon. May the Emperor protect. I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Hell yeah.
The Far Sight Enclaves. Through fire, revelation. Through revelation, rebellion. Oshava's journey into the stars began upon the sept world of Viola. Amongst a people with a reputation for being hot-tempered, the young warrior had a fire inside him that would one day set the Tau Empire aflame. Oshava's meteoric rise through the ranks of the
What, you want to be a part of it too?
It began in the training domes.
We got Kitty over here trying to steal the show again.
As was protocol for a young member of
I guess
the
he wants me to grab the kitty cam.
He was enrolled in the planet's junior academies as soon as he could walk. In his studies there, he quickly established himself as a serious and dedicated aspirant, with a ferocious appetite for information. His peers were gifted too, but the young Shova had a spark of brilliance that stood out from every other Tau of his generation. Within days, it became obvious to his tutors that they had more than a simple fire warrior on their hands. Even in his youth, Shova was fiercely independent. Within his first Tok'ra of basic tutelage, the young student had mounted several fact-finding raids into the enrollment centres of the Montiar training academies. When the young warrior and his training mates were finally cornered by the facility's guards, he puffed out his chest and demanded that the tutors teach him the code of fire. The first 3 times this occurred, the youngster was punished severely for his infractions. On the 4th, the weary tutors of the academies relented, and he was taken into the Battle Dome program. Shova was accepted for training a full 3 years before standard enrollment was due. With this act, the warrior, who would become Oshava, had set foot on the path that would bring several bitter and costly wars to the Tau race, and almost destroy the greater good once and for all. Even before he was known as Shova, the young Violan's martial temperament was the subject of much discussion among the academy masters. His physical skills were well above average for his age. The masters had been told by high command to expect as much, for accidents of birth are rare indeed in Tau society. But what proved truly remarkable was his ability to retain tremendous amounts of data from each situation he encountered. The aspiring fire warrior absorbed and memorized every facet of the training academies he witnessed, whether it concerned the academy's texts, his environment, his rivals, the weapons with which they fought, the Montier Battle Dome's war zone simulations, or the rules that govern them. He could recite every volume of the sacred code of fire from end to end, and he took a quiet delight in violently demonstrating its physical principles to any of his fellow students who challenged him. He even deciphered the combat codes and signals used by his superiors, taking advantage of this knowledge to monitor their secret communiques whenever they were careless enough to employ these ciphers in his presence. His ability to use the knowledge he gained from every experience to assess and predict the actions of those around him was unnerving, and earned him the nickname Shoa, which means inner light in the Tau tongue. Despite being several years younger than most other Tau in the Battle Dome, Shoa's eidetic memory and fierce determination earned him a string of perfect scores in the Academy's simulations. Training sessions became the highlight of the young warrior's daily life. Whenever he was thrust into the complex warscapes engineered by his tutors, Shoa would find cover, spend a few seconds assessing his environment and available resources, and then lead his team in performing the exact set of maneuvers necessary to complete his allotted task in as efficient a fashion as possible. His team's casualty count was so low as to be unprecedented, and Shoa escaped being tagged by hostile sim ghosts every time he entered the combat exercise, even in the infamous Jungle of 1,000 Eyes. At the time of Shoa's graduation to the Firecast, the legendary Commander Puretide was still making a point of personally initiating as many new recruits into the ranks as possible. The famous commander was on military business in Viola.
You try not to go out the line,
warriors were inducted,
and like the next thing you do, boom, right over the line.
Warriors, he agreed to be
like
present.
You did it on purpose.
Amidst much bowing and scraping, the Montier Academy's tutors told Puretide of the...
The new Fam Feast has 8 pieces of chicken. Flip it.
Shaslar upon the Tau prodigy. He asked Sho how he could consistently second-guess even the most devious of traps and scenarios set by his tutors. The
like clockwork, dude. I do it at least once every time. It's like, oh, hey, make sure you don't go over that line. Don't touch that line. Yeah, right over the line. Bro, come on, dude.
Worked to disable those plans as best he could. Meaningful glances were exchanged between the assembled dignitaries.
Probably because I'm left-handed.
But nothing more was said on the matter at the time. 2 Rotar later, the tutors who had overseen Sho's generation of students had been relieved of their duties and sent back to the front line of the Tau war effort. Sho and his fellow novitiates were sent to the same war zone, fully inducted into the ranks of the Firecast and eager to take the field against the Arakan incursions of the Western Vale. Behind closed doors, Commander Puretide and his aides discussed the fact that Sho's military acumen and prowess were as promising as they had hoped, yet the true tests, those of the spirit, not the mind, were yet to come. Shasla Sho made a great impact upon the military spirit of the Violan Firecast stationed in the Vale. As was standard procedure, the young Tau served the first 4 years of his career as a member of a fire warrior team in a hunter cadre. However, Sho's former tutors had old allies amongst the command structure, warriors from their own generation. One in particular, the fierce Shakan Das, had not taken kindly to the young aspirant, making his exercises look foolish. He ensured that his former pupil was posted to the fiercest war zones of each engagement, and that Sho was always right on the front line. If the warrior prodigy was truly born for glory, he would rise to the challenge and prevail in the name of the greater good. If he fell, so be it. The whole Monterre issue would become a distant memory before too long. The young Tau proved more than capable during the Firecast's ongoing purges of the Arakan race. En route to the war zone, Sho memorized every fact the Watercast had been able to glean in their dealings with the female osteomystics of that many-legged race, information the diplomats had carefully hoarded and then sent to the Firecast on the same day that the Arakan had formally refused to join the greater good. Before his team had fired a single shot from their pulse rifles, Sho had thoroughly analysed the battle doctrine of the Arakans' blade-legged male gender, and come to understand their strange martial abilities, nearly as thoroughly as he did that of his own caste. During the 4 years of war he spent as a Shasla trooper, Sho became known to every warrior in his cadre. His ability to wield a pulse rifle at extreme close range saw him drive back several Arakan surprise attacks, and he was always quick to push home any advantage he could gain. He quickly earned the trust of his senior officer, Shasu Monoka, and later his respect. This turned to eternal gratitude at the Battle of the Great Web, where Sho shot the Shasu free of a tangle-clutch trap, saving him from the egg sacs of the osteomystics and the horrific death that would otherwise have followed. By the end of his tenure as a fire warrior, it was Sho's suggestions that formed the vast majority of his unit's battle plans. A firm believer in the greater good, Shasu Monoka recommended his charges for their first trial by fire at the earliest opportunity. His superior, the cadre Fireblade, was only too happy to approve. Before long, the young Tau warrior and his team were shipped back to Viola for potential promotion. The trial by fire was a traumatic experience. A high level of adversity is the norm for the warrior caste's coming-of-age tests. But there were those at the training academy that remembered Sho's inadvertent hand in the fall of their old colleagues, and wished to test him all the more harshly for it. Sho was thrust into a pitch-black, live-fire war dome, where he and his team were assailed by numerous nameless horrors that defied classification or understanding.
I think it's time to
Even Sho's
get
quick
enhanced.
wits were of limited use, and in the end, it was the fire in his soul that secured his fate. When a tentacled moor thing came whirring down to chew his chasseau apart, Sho threw himself headlong into its path and was cut to ribbons in the process. The Tau warrior died that day, and not for the last time. When Sho was brought back from his simular coma, his tutors informed him that only those of his team who had died in the ordeal had passed their trials, and that his new rank was that of Chasseau. When Sho asked after those who did not pass their trial, however, his question was met only with stony silence. though a hidden part of
Stony
Show's
silence?
soul.
Speaking about stony
His gladness
silence.
at being alive and the fulfillment of his most fervent desire temporarily drowned out any more questions he had. After all, with the rank of Chasseur came the honour that Shaw had always dreamed of, the right to pilot a battlesuit. Though he returned to the Western Vale in order
You guys
to
know
garner
Stony
experience
silence.
as the Chasseur of a fire
When
warrior
it's
squad,
when it's that good, and then you're out, you're out doing errands or whatever, or driving, and all of a sudden you've noticed that you've been driving around for a little while without no radio on or nothing. You're like, damn, dude, that must have been some good stuff. Yeah.
would
Good times.
into the art of battlesuit command. They were not disappointed. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for Shaw. Whilst analysing drone-captured footage of his time as a fire warrior, Shaw's Violin masters had noted a marked affinity, even a desire, for close action in the young Tao's tactics. The Firecaste commanders, who had monitored his progress, wanted to teach Shaw the self-control and perspective of a support role. On the day, the young prodigy reported for duty to Shah Atoll High Command. He was immediately assigned to the specialist pilots of the broadside teams. It was under the auspices of the veteran rifleman Shasvra Oblatai that Shaw learnt the basics of battlesuit command, and in the process, a measure of restraint. At first, Shaw was privately crestfallen at his reassignment to the back ranks of the Iraqan War. He had always dreamed of piloting a crisis battlesuit, though he hid it well. Yet in his heart, he knew the war effort was greater than his own personal desires. He applied every part of his exceptional mind to mastering the systems of the XV-88 broadside, drinking in specification data and after-action reports, with every waking hour he spent outside the suit's piloting matrix. Within a single training cycle, Shaw was getting more range and accuracy out of his battlesuit's heavy rail rifle than Shasvra Oblatai himself. As soon as the correct training programs had been observed, Oblatai's support cadre was dispatched to the Vale with all haste. There, as his team blew apart one huge-bellied osteo-mystic after another, Shaw earned himself a new epithet, the Young Executioner. Though only his mentor, Oblatai, picked up on it, the 4 years fighting at the rear of the Hunter cadre's efforts were the most trying times of Shaw's life so far. To be armed and armoured, in the height of offensive technology, and yet to have to rely on younger, more lightly armoured warriors to fight in his stead. It was a kind of torture
You're
that
so
Shaw
funny, dude.
never wanted to repeat.
My cat, he turns
4
his head all
years and
sideways
one
when he's like
vertiginous
curious about
trial by
something.
fire later, Shaw earned
You
his
want to smell the
wish.
paint?
Because he had served long enough, and with enough
you
distinction
don't like that,
to
do
earn the
you?
rank of Shasra, he was entrusted the command of a cutting-edge XV-8 crisis battlesuit. He was expected to master its weapon systems quickly, for Commander Dawnstone herself was about to lead the warriors of Viola in the final actions of the Vale War, and she needed the best troops the planet could provide at her side. A period of exceptionally bloody battle soon unfolded across the Western Vale, scarring Shaw both physically and mentally. He lost most of his left leg to a skittling swarm that got inside a damaged part of his crisis armour, and saw many trusted comrades meet spectacularly visceral ends, their battlesuits physically ripped apart by giant Iraqan grandfathers. However, Shaw's agility and skill at the helm of the XV-8 quickly became famous among Dawnstone's command. He was promoted to Shasnami, taking his place alongside one of his old tutors as a close protection officer for his commander. Shaw repaid the faith placed in him tenfold during the engagement with the much-feared Iraqan Trinity at the heart of the war effort. Having unwound the maze-like logic patterns with which the Iraqan made their nests, Shaw led his commander to the silken heart of the Iraqan cocoon ship. There he and Commander Dawnstone launched the Moncars strike that killed all three of the Trinity and expelled the Iraqan from the Western Vale once and for all. En route back to Viola, a tragedy struck. Whilst docked with the cocoon ship, Commander Dawnstone's flagship had been infested with Arakan skitterlings that poured out of the vents and conduits to swarm through its blue-lit corridors. Perhaps intended as a last spiteful gesture of defiance, the infestation fell upon the Fire Warrior Command Council whilst they were engaged in debate, catching them unarmed and dressed only in their fatigues. Sho held the swarm back, using his body to block the doorway to the chamber as best he could, whilst his commander and her aides made their escape. Sho stood firm, even as agony coursed through him, the venom tusks of the skitterlings piercing his skin again and again until his tortured frame shook at last. Sho awoke in a medbay, with the familiar surrounds of Battle Dome Montiar visible outside. His body was covered in psychosomatic welts, but no permanent harm had been done. Dawnstone herself was waiting by his bedside to inform him that the skitterling attack had in fact been a trial by fire. The whole event was a simulation. Just as she had hoped, Sho had excelled in his role as bodyguard, even without his battlesuit to rely on. In light of his success, he had been promoted to Shaslar, a commander in training.
They say good
Hey
things
there.
come to those who wait.
Yo, bro. Good things come to those who wait. Calm down. Just stay over there. Hey. Easy. Ah.
Soon after they reached the topmost peak, Sho found Commander Puretide deep in meditation. The hermit was cross-legged in a simple hover throne. His ancient frame had atrophied, but an unyielding dignity shone through nonetheless. Sho had heard that the sage had been crippled by a spinal injury he had sustained whilst inspecting the colonies on the other side of the Damocles Gulf, but was polite enough not to ask. He was there for wisdom, not for a sparring partner. However, the teammate Sho was to compete with atop Mount Kanji would shape his fate for many years into the future. Seated in focused meditation in front of Puretide were two young Tau warriors. One, who later introduced herself as Shasira, a fellow aspirant to the command ranks of the Firecast, and the other, a taciturn but gifted young warrior known as Case. Through the hardships that were to follow, the three aspirants became as close as Talasira, bondmates, albeit ones engaged in a bitter rivalry for the approval of their elderly master. Each of Puretide's students had a different style of war and a separate philosophy to go with it. Sho's simmering passion and desire to plunge into the fires of battle saw him gravitate towards the Mont-Ka, or killing blow strategies, while Shasira was a careful and meticulous practitioner of the patient hunter, a Kion. Case, a withdrawn and strange individual, was unusual in that he sought mastery of the Monat's way of war. His goal was to become the perfect lone warrior, an army of one that could triumph in any situation with only the materials to hand. Though Sho regularly scored the highest in the training simulations, his peers were not far behind. The competition between them saw each strive for success, just as hard as in any true war zone, and in the process earn the respect of their fellow students. Commander Puretide had long ago mastered every one of the Tau's martial disciplines, and more besides. Over the years, he honed his students' abilities to near superhuman levels, all the while striving to make them appreciate the alternative strategies available to the wise. When each was asked to fight in the manner of one of their peers, they did well enough, but in truth, they were only going through the motions, purely to ensure their master's approval. Each student had followed his or her own path, and was loath to stray far from it. One by one, the Tau warriors left Darktide's side, their studies as complete as time would afford. They took their new names and titles from the peak of Mount Kanji: Commander Osho, Commander Oshishira, and Monarch Commander O'Case. Though they would go on to fight in different war zones across the Tau Empire, the three disciples of Darktide were all to make their mark on history. The Arkanasha War. Oshava's first true command saw him reinforce the Tau population of Arkanasha as they faced the green-skinned menace for the first time. With the fire caste committed in force, it was not long before the planet's oxide dunes ran with rivers of blood. The planet of Arkanasha was settled during the Second Sphere expansion, and despite the aridity of the oxide deserts that made up the world's surface, the Tau had settled the Red Planet with a sizable population. This they had achieved through the tireless work of the Earth caste scientists and engineers. By their efforts, the Tau Empire had girded the planet with two necklace-like strings of biodomes that ran around the most temperate latitudes, each a mirror distance from the equator. From orbit, the world appeared as a blood-red globe adrift in the ocean of space, banded with two rows of bioluminescent lights that pulsed bluish-white, like the flanks of some deep-sea organism. The Oxide planet has little in the way of native life, in the conventional sense at least. The Tau who settled there soon found a twist in the planet's ecosystem that defied rational explanation. The red deserts were haunted by rust storms of terrible force. Any individual caught in their whirling embrace would disappear completely, though in some cases the desiccated corpse of the victim would turn up some hundreds of miles distant. Such was the force of these storms that even battlesuits and skimmers were vulnerable. Engines would gum up and malfunction. Anti-grav transports would be smashed into the dunes as if by invisible hands. Sensors would fail, and weapon accuracy was reduced to almost point-blank range. What was most puzzling about these great storms was that the tornadoes that prowled the edges of them would frequently move in direct contravention to the natural meteorology of the area, especially if a living being passed nearby. It was almost as if the storms were alive and thirsting. Within days of these storms assailing the first settlers, the ethereals of the settlement enclaves had forbidden the use of the term ghost storm and rust devil. The atmospheric conditions of the planet were indeed strange to them, they admitted, but this was purely because they had an imperfect understanding of the planet's ecosystem. This was a problem that was soon to be rectified by the Earth caste. There was no cause for alarm. The notion that the desert was haunted by the ghosts of its former populace was barbaric and unbecoming of a sophisticated race such as the Tau. The settlers learned how to avoid the rust storms before too long, and all talk of ghosts died out altogether. Yet the adversity these storms provided was to foster a spirit of stubborn determination in Arkanasha's people, a dogged refusal to give up that saw them fight to the last against the orcs of Wadok. In their preliminary investigations during the earliest expeditions to Arkanasha's surface, the Earthcast had made a disturbing discovery. Whilst determining the source of the oxide deserts that covered the planet, they found a great variance in the metallic composition and even origin of the various particulates. It was as if the world had been entirely covered in metal structures at some time in the distant past, which had long since been utterly ground to dust. Given the depth of the oxide residue, that ancient civilization must have included several artificial cities the size of mountain ranges. Theories abounded throughout the Earthcast about the planet-wide catastrophe that had torn everything upon the planet's surface apart. Though the Tau had no idea what might have caused Arkanash's spectacular death, or who the inhabitants might have been, they had taken their first glimpse of the world-destroying power of the Imperium of mankind. The Orc Crusade of violence known as War Dok appeared in the vicinity of Arkanasha without warning or reason. The void east of the planet had been empty for years. One equinox, a strange solar storm erupted that appeared to make odd symbols in the sky. When it had subsided, the Earthcast sighted something that defied all logic. They checked and recalibrated their instruments over and over again, only to receive the same result. The eastern void was now dotted with hundreds of energy signatures, each burning off so much radiation they could not possibly be Tau in origin. More disturbing still, every one of them was heading on a collision course with Arkanasha.
You're back
Weeks
after I
later,
turned off the
The
camera.
planet was in the throes of a full-scale war.
Podcast.
An Orc invasion of vast size had descended, slamming giant asteroid fortresses into the planet's dunes with a series of tectonic thumps. The crudeness of the Orc assault had been its saving grace. The Earthcast's firing solutions could depressurize or destroy a conventional fleet before it reached orbit. But there was nothing conventional about the Greenskin Armada. Even their heavy rail cannons that bristled from the Tau biodomes had proven next to useless against the porous balls of rock and junk hurtling in their direction.
You're gonna knock
More
over
and
the
more
water.
Orc craft hurtled out of the sky and crunched into the dunes in a
Go that way.
jaw-dropping planetfall the Tau took to calling the Goroka, or Death Hail. Hunter and Defender cadres were scrambled to each crash site, but Greenskin sieved out of the impact crater around each fallen asteroid like water overflowing a boiling cauldron. By the time Commander Sho and his fleet reached Arkanasha's orbit, the planet had been all but overrun. With the exception of a few highly mobile strike forces abroad in the desert, the Tau military presence planetside had been destroyed in a series of disastrously one-sided engagements. The rest of the populace was holed up in the transparent biodomes that ring the planet. Though the Orcs had destroyed most of the connecting structures in short order, they had not yet worked out a way to pierce the meters-thick carapaces of the habitats themselves. Each was an island in a sea of invaders, surrounded by barbaric hordes that hammered and hollered on the thick transplastic separating them from their prey. The Tau inside got a good chance to study their persecutors up close, but the habitat's resources were dwindling, and their military forces were pitifully inadequate for the task of repelling the Orcs. Without each biodome's dew farms bringing in the regular water they relied upon, the life expectancy of Arkanasha's people could be measured in weeks at best. To Osho's great surprise, his counter-invasion fleet made it to Arkanasha's surface entirely unmolested.
Erin Patterson invites her in-laws.
Fucking commercials.
As if the invaders were far too busy preying on the Tau populace to worry about such trifling matters as enemy reinforcements. Osho shook his head in bewilderment at his foe's presumption. Though he would come to know the Orc mindset all too well, he had yet to understand that even if the Orcs could have prevented his fleet's counter-invasion, they would not have done so. Commander Sho had been extensively briefed on the situation by the Tau trapped in Arkanasha's biodomes, so he could formulate an appropriate plan of attack for the coming fight. The planet's dust storms could be avoided with careful monitoring of the Earthcast's suborbital drone network, provided that he gave the storm fronts a wide berth. There was no reason they would claim any lives. The Orcs were another matter altogether. According to the Aircast's aerial observations, there appeared to be even more of the violent alien warbands roaming the desert than in the first few weeks of the invasion. Stranger still, drone scans had confirmed something that the Ethereals had originally put down to fearful rumour-mongering. The individual Orcs testing the defences of each biodome was slowly getting bigger. Thus far, the bestial alien had resisted or ignored all attempts to communicate or broker terms, and the watercast were at a loss as to how to proceed. All the green-skinned beasts seemed to want to do was fight. In his pre-battle meditations upon the subject, Osho found that he could relate to that concept. He had been practicing the art of war in simulations or languishing in the limbo of interstellar travel for far too long. In his heart, he relished the thought of once more risking his life in the name of the greater good. The spectacle of war called to him, the noise, the light, even the letting of blood, if he was honest with himself. These reflections were his first step towards understanding the psyche of the orc, and, in achieving that understanding, turning the tide of the Arkanasha War. The war boss at the heart of War Dock had once been a pain boy in the retinue of the orc tyrant Drogbag. Over the years, Drogbag had failed to notice that every time he woke up from an operation on the dock slab, the pain boy would grow a little more bulky, and the war boss a little less. By the time a mistreated Gretchen orderly tipped Drogbag off that Toothjaw was taking a little bit off the top each time, it was too late. Pain boy Toothjaw literally took the war boss apart in the ensuing leadership challenge, carving him to pieces with his twin kill saws and claiming rulership of the tribe. Thus began a very unusual war.
That looks pretty
In every
good.
clan or tribe that Toothjaw recruited to his cause, pain boys were treated like royalty. Every orc was made to undergo at least a small amount of cybernetic modification, and in the process, teeth and weapons would unaccountably go missing. With their apron-wearing killer can orderlies to back them up should a patient get uppity, Pain Boy Toothjaw's dock mob slowly came to control almost all of the wealth and war gear of their warband. The Pain Boy's influence spread across the system, and it was not long until War Dock had set sail into the Sea of Stars, boarding captured asteroids hastily converted into crude warships. The orcs headed for the sprawling stellar stain they called the Big Swirly Thing, hoping to invade and destroy whatever lay behind it. Through the warp rift lay Arkanasha, and a war that was to test their battle lust to the limit. Though the Tau had engaged whole alien civilizations before and emerged triumphant, in almost all of those invasions, the Firecast had held the upper hand. This was one of the few times the Tau war machine would be tested in such desperately unfavorable conditions. Training simulations always included modules where the Tau were outnumbered by their enemies, sometimes as many as 10 times over. Here, the foe teamed across the dunes in their
He doesn't have checkers on his sleeve, unless it's on the other sleeve.
Orbital snapshots
Damn, do I really?
by entry into the
I might have to
atmosphere
skip the checkers, dude.
that the orcs outnumbered
I only
the
did checkers
Firecast
once on
counter-invasion
one
by
Terminator,
nearly
and
400 to 1.
damn, dude.
When
Maybe,
the
but I
Aircast's
don't
final
know.
observations
I don't
were
know.
relayed to the commander during his descent, he nodded in solemn acknowledgement. His contingent's cadres would have to use the weapons of the mind rather than the gauntlet, he said. Against the savage beast, such a strategy was inevitable. When asked to clarify his intent, Osho drew one of the ornamental swords from the wall above and stabbed it through the
yeah, for sure.
of the command throne before snapping its blade in half. It was a metaphor that was to become famous amongst the Firecast in the ensuing months. The initial engagements against the orcs were intended to re-establish supply routes and test the Greenskins' defences and capabilities in the meantime. So individualistic were the orcs that there were no uniforms or markings of military structure, and Osho was forced to probe further into the orc mindset before proceeding. He kept his hunter cadres skimming the surface of the world in devilfish transports and flight-capable battlesuits, avoiding the killer storms wherever they drew close. In every corner of the world, he killed enough orcs from long range to ensure their scattered mobs were on the brink of panic. Almost without exception, It was the largest orc in each group that restored order. The simplicity of their military structure was such that it had at first been overlooked, and the orc psyche might made right, and nothing more. Another observation O'Show made was that wherever his troops struck, the milling orc armies and faded away, almost immediately fighting would erupt even if no foe was left to engage. Stealth drones sent overhead confirmed his suspicions. The orcs would take any excuse to attack each other. Leadership challenges, theft of property, even careless remarks would flare up into brawls. Recordings were taken and sent back to the mobile headquarters O'Show had established, a disc-shaped command centre that constantly prowled the dunes on a cushion of anti-gravitic energy. Next came a year-long period known as the Great Thinning.
Wait a minute.
Farsight
Why is
ordered
my
forward stealth
thumbnail?
contingents and battleship teams to patrol the dunes, locating and destroying the largest orcs in each mob with pinpoint fire before disappearing without a trace. This inevitably sent the rest of the orcs into a frenzy of violence as they cast around for their persecutors before turning on each other. Blood would fly after each kill as the orcs fought over who was to take command, and the body count climbed steadily higher. As more and more monitor drones reported back to high command, O'Show watched every recording with cold fascination. Before long, he had deciphered not only the crude system of glyphs the orcs used as a writing tool,
Whoops
but
on
also
the thumbnail over here, I
guttural
guess.
tongue. Soon, he was telling his aides what would happen next in each recorded event.
And I can't change it now that I'm live? Wow,
His
stupid.
officers joked that he must
Whatever.
have seen the recordings
Oh,
already.
you guys...
But they knew
you guys know
full
what's
well
going
that
on.
their commander had simply come to understand his foe well.
I wonder how many
His
people
command staff
see the thumbnail and
soon
didn't
referring
read
to him
the
by
thing,
a new moniker,
and they're
Chauvin,
missing the painting action because of it.
Farsighted.
Oh, well.
The knowledge gleaned from these intercepted
Yeah, it goes to
messages
show
slowly filtered into the Firecast's military doctrine.
that I fuck up
Wherever
here and
the
there
orc
too.
glyphs for boss, mech, or dark appeared
And,
on an orc vehicle,
Yeah,
the hunter cadres
I guess you're just gonna have to click on it to see
prioritize
what's
its
going on this
destruction
end.
with concentrated
Damn.
hammerhead fire and broadside
Fail,
support,
bro. F's in the chat.
slowing orc
All
response
right.
times to a
Well,
crawl.
there's nothing I can do
Though
about
the
it right
town
now.
could not form
just
the
gonna have
syllables
to
of orc speech.
Deal with what we
O'Show's
got.
Earthcast allies cut audio snippets of orcish challenges and insults into the comms network that the invaders had looted from fallen Tau, delivering the right orcish insults at the right time. O'Show drove a wedge of dissent between every clan tribe roaming the desert, sparking a series of minor wars in the process. Within a year, the green-skinned beast that had invaded Arkunasha was chewing on its own tail. O'Show's tactics had distracted the orcs to such an extent that Tau forces were able to get food and water to the people trapped within the biodomes and free the remains of the Arkunashan Firecast, further bolstering their ranks. Though many of Tau's Central Command quietly congratulated each other on a war well prosecuted, most of the orc invaders yet lived. Throughout both the populace of Arkunasha and the counter-invasion force, the Tau now universally knew their leader as Oshava, or Commander Farsight. Despite this honour, he was not satisfied with their progress and knew the fight was far from over. The more organised of the tribes had begun systematically looting the comms networks, guns and armour of the fallen Tau that lay scattered amongst the rust dunes. Wherever a burning hulk that had once been a Tau skimmer hung suspended above the desert on still-functioning repulsors, the orcs would extinguish the flames with buckets of rust particulate and repurpose it, fitting it with smoke-spewing engines and solid-shot weapons. Monitor drone recordings showed that the orc caste, known as mechs, were having their slave races dig deep into the oxide dunes to unearth scrap metal. The Tau would never stoop to use this raw material, but the orcs found it useful in the extreme. As more and more orc vehicles became armoured in, or even wholly constructed from, oxidized metal, the hordes blended with the desert itself with a form of accidental camouflage. Worse still, surprise attacks from orc hordes were becoming more and more frequent. The Aircast soon uncovered why. Those veteran orcs that had been fighting upon Arkanasha since the first invasion had grown skin that was thick and gnarled enough to protect them from the abrasive effects of the rust storms. Each time these bands allowed a storm to overtake them, a handful of greenskins were snatched up and killed by the red tornadoes, but the rest marched in relative safety in the eye of the storm, protected from the Tau hunter cadres that roamed the desert. When the storm broke upon a Tau base, these wandering packs of elite orcs would appear to fully appreciate the advantages afforded by their uncanny physiology. The number of orcs on Arkanasha was actually increasing rather than being slowly whittled down. Oshava and his ethereal masters were forced to consider the matter of orc reproduction, a train of thought no civilized species should have to follow. Farsight's most trusted Earth-caste advisor, the young genius Ovessa, believed that the orcs had a fungal component to their genetic makeup. He maintained that the spores that they continually shed were flourishing in the Oxide deserts.
Damn,
if this
dude.
theory were to be believed,
More
every
F's
morning,
in the
the
chat.
rust
What a
dunes,
waste.
dank with a film
So I had
of
these like
dew,
little metal
would shiver
pegs.
and collapse to reveal a clutch of immature
Yeah, these
dew
little
orcs,
tiny metal pegs.
low in tech
And
level,
I put some
but
inside of
spoiling for a fight.
my
When word got out that the orcs'
Citadel
numbers were
paint
actually
paint
increasing,
pots.
it hit
to
morale
mix them
like
up
a megaton bomb.
when they get all
The ethereals present in
you
the
know,
expedition
sit there for a
insisted
while.
that it was impossible to
And they
channel
rusted,
more
dude.
resources to Arkanasha.
They rusted,
The
bro.
Tau station there would have to overcome
They
this
rusted.
foe on their own. Yet how could the Firecast
So
prevail
like there's
against
big
an
old
enemy army
rust
who
spots
outclassed
at the
the
bottom
Tau
of
at
my
close quarters
fucking
and
paint.
actually increased in number?
So that's
even
trash.
whilst at
That's
war?
done.
Farsight was
That's
forced to
donezo.
abandon his program of assassinations
Fucking
and turn his
dude.
attention to his
Dude.
own camp. Morale was on the brink of crumbling, and with it,
what
any
the
chance the Tau had
fuck?
of
Like some of
claiming
these are
back
like
the
pretty
planet.
much new.
Since his
Look at that.
arrival
That
in
was pretty much
Arkanasha,
brand new right there.
Farsight had led a number of strike
Ruined.
teams to the front line.
Ruined,
His
bro.
crisis suit's pulse rifle had claimed more of the orcs'
Yeah.
ruling caste than any other.
Well, this is how we
The
learn,
senior
right?
watercast envoy
Yeah,
that
dude.
accompanied
I'm
his
glad. I'm
expedition,
glad that I have like
poor old Case,
a backup
had
of
made a
each of
great play
each of these
Farsight's
colors, which
victories.
is
A
cool, I
positive
guess.
propaganda
But
was circulated throughout every biodome and mobile
damn, dude,
base. But
this will
still,
never
Tau
happen again.
spirits were
Trust
shrinking.
me. Like, look at me. I feel so bad
The
about
orc
this right here.
numbers could
Like,
not
I'm
be
so
whittled
mad.
down over time by the Tau's
Like,
superior
I'm not
arms
mad,
and
mad. Like, it's not
stratagems.
gonna ruin my day or
hope
anything. But
did
it's
they have
like,
for
bro,
recall?
come
In
on,
deep
dog.
talks with poor O'Case,
It's always
Commander
user
Farsight
error.
came to the conclusion that one
Never
of the
their
orc
fault.
race's
It's
primary
always
weapons was
user
its
error.
warlike spirit. The orcs spent little to none of their
So
energies
it's not ruined. Just don't
on
mix it up.
angst
No,
and
dude, it's over.
paranoia. Instead,
over for
channeling
these.
everything they had into seeking and fighting
No, it's over.
battles.
It's over, bro.
The
It's ruined. It's
greenskin
ruined.
armies would expend a
Like,
great number of lives,
especially with a
pursuing
light
mobile
color like
Tau
Corax
wherever they were
white.
sighted, even if it
Like,
meant
as soon as
sustaining
that
over
mixes up a
90%
little
casualties
bit,
in
like
the
me just
process.
holding it like this is
Yet
probably
that
mixing it
last
all up in there.
10%
Like, it's all
would
good.
run
It's all good.
roughshod
It's all
over
good.
Hunter Cadre
But this is how we
if they
learn.
caught them.
I mean, I have
Critically,
other
close
paints
quarters
too.
abilities of the
I have
Firecast
other
was no match for the
the army
strength and
army painter
brutality of
ones,
the orc
which I've been
hordes.
using
As the
lately.
war
So
ground on, and
yeah,
the
that's
progress
just-
graphs
damn,
in
come
Tau
on.
Central Command took an ever more downward
Come
trend,
on.
Farsight finished what was to be his most definitive work on the greenskin
Oh, well.
mindset. The Book of the Beast, as Oshava called it, was circulated to every
80% good.
cadre
Yeah,
fighter,
yeah.
battle
Gotta
suit,
look at the cup
chasseur,
half full.
and Croup Shaper.
Yeah, no, that's
from
fine. It's
the planet.
fine.
The
I mean, I guess I could still
tactical
use a
acumen in its
Corax
pages
white.
was
I was gonna use
astounding.
Corax white for
It
the
taught
banner, like the
Firecast how
chest,
to think
the
like
chest
an orc,
banner.
to understand their language, even to fight with the fury of an orc in battle if necessary.
I could
Above
use
all,
white, but I
it
think
taught
white
them that
will
their
just be too
commander
much. Too
understood the
bright.
enemy
I
well,
thought.
and that the Tau
And dead
could
white
still
looks all right
win.
too, I guess.
The
Dead
next few
white, I
years
don't know.
saw a transformation in the Tau approach to the
Wraithbone
war for
white, no,
Arkanasha.
that's not.
No
that's
longer
not
did the
bright enough.
Firecast
I mean,
dance
yeah, it's not
out
bright
of
enough.
reach, engaging the greenskin menace at close quarters only when absolutely necessary. Instead, the Tau military machine reversed its tactics, driving teams of fire warriors and battlesuits close to blast apart the orcs wherever Farsight's dune-stalking Pathfinder teams uncovered them.
How
When
do you
the orcs
recommend
mounted
I
one of
mix
their
this up
fearsome charges,
when all that,
the
when
Tau
all
would
that,
hold their ground at the ambush point,
I don't know,
kneeling
the
in
primer
dust
or
and
whatever
laying
is
down
sitting
a
at the
fearsome
top,
network of
but I got rust
supporting
at the
fire
bottom, and I need to
that
mix the top
overlapped
and middle layer,
whenever
but
the
not the
orcs
bottom
drew
layer.
close. Should any greenskins
Should I
make
just get a
it
little
through the
stick
deadly
and do my
lattice,
best
they
not
would
to go
be
too
charging
deep
into a
and
storm of
mix in my
blazing
best?
light
Oh,
from
that's
the
too much work, dude.
Firecast time-delayed photon grenades. If necessary, the surviving greenskins would then be shot at point-blank range or even clubbed to death with the barrels of pulse rifles while they reeled from the photon blasts, unable to defend themselves from the vengeful
We'll do the
Tau.
back of a paint
It was a
stick.
dangerous tactic, perhaps needlessly so. Yet new life had been breathed into the Firecast, fighting upon Arkunasha.
Not go lower.
Many of Oshava's pupils
right
took to
there.
the new tactic with particular
No lower
zeal.
than here.
The combative Commander Brightsword most of all.
Yeah.
Ambassador Poor
Damn it.
ensured the
All this
footage
work
of
because I
Brightsword and his
fudged it
cadre
all up.
overcoming an orc charge at close quarters was seen far and wide. Up until that point, the Tau had done little more than defend their biodomes. Now they were relishing the strategy of all-out attack. Oshava had put flame in the bellies of his warriors, and it was there to stay. All across the planet, battle broke out with a renewed fervour. In the maze-like canyon networks of the Arcanation equator, Oshava lured columns of rust-plated orc vehicles into ever narrower channels until, with a simple vehicle kill at each end of the armoured column, the orcs were trapped in place and slaughtered like herd beasts in an abattoir. Scant miles away, nimble piranhas led orc daggerjets and deathcopters on a merry chase through the drone-mapped canyons until one by one, the clumsy orc pilots collided with the rock faces in blossoms of flame. Farsight's Kroot mercenaries feasted on a daily diet of dune orc flesh, adapting to the environment until their skin was tough enough to withstand even a radstorm. They roamed the sands with their Narlock pack beasts, stoically weathering the losses from rust tornadoes as they plunged into the tempests.
Yeah, no, I'm going a
ambushed
little
the orc
deeper.
knobs
It's getting
inside.
there a little bit,
The
but
vicious greenskin scouts that ranged ahead of
ruined.
each tribe were spied upon and slain in their turn by optimized stealth teams, leaving the bulk of each orc army wandering directionless under the harsh desert sun until they turned upon each other in frustration. Everywhere, the teachings of Farsight's Book of the Beast took their toll. As the hunter cadres mastered its methods, Oshava led his armies against the greenskin hordes that outnumbered them hundreds to one and emerged triumphant. Slowly but surely, the progress graphs in Central Command began to change. During this unprecedented period of success for the Tau upon Arkunasha, the people of the biodomes were extracted and moved to the natural fortresses of the highlands, away from comforts of home, but safe enough to survive whilst the war raged below. The hunter cadres continued to thin
I actually
out
went all the
and
way to the
eradicate
bottom
orc armies
around
moving
the
across
rest
dunes
area. I
in a
didn't go
series of
into the rest
month-car
area.
strikes that were pitilessly efficient.
But yeah, you can
Then
feel it all
there came an
thick down
innovation
there.
from the orc ranks that changed the face of the war once again. Though the war had by now been reduced to less than a quarter of its former size, the deserts were still infested. Dune orcs pushed their way out of the red sands with every dawn, and the docks at the head of the war had an almost necromantic talent for stitching fallen warriors back together. The tenacity of the orc army was incredible. Yet it was the orcs' earthcast equivalent, the individuals known as mechs, that robbed the Tau of their greatest strength.
Known as mechs.
Ghoul's Gorge, named for a cannibalistic atrocity that had taken place there
Alright.
between two rival
We're just going to have to go with
kindreds,
what we got right
was a
here.
vast open canyon
Oh.
that crawled with fierce desert winds. Battle erupted when a vast horde of orcs sought to push through the gorge and fall upon the biodomes beyond. And in their midst was a giant drill-armed walker designed to breach the transplastic shells of the domes, as much a pagan idol as
We'll
a
see how
weapon
it
of war.
goes.
Farsight had no inclination to see if it would work.
Bro.
He drove his teams in close, harrying the orc column from above whilst they were still bottlenecked in the gorge. As plasma fire rained down, shimmering domes flickered into existence above each mob, lit by the energies cascading across the bubble-like surfaces. Even the drill titan was protected by a force dome, the heavy rail rifle rounds of Farsight's broadside teams simply disintegrating on impact. The ensuing battle was torturous for Farsight's Tau. They could not abandon their charges in the biodomes, and yet their firepower was all but useless against the flashing bubble fields of the orcs. The impetuous young Commander Brightsword mounted a close-range battlesuit attack on the rearmost Orc mob. He and his team quickly established that the only way to circumvent the bubble fields was to get inside them, placing the Tau just where the Orcs wanted them to be. So began the massacre at Ghoul's Gorge, the most disastrous battle yet to have taken place during the entire Arkunasha War. Every time the Tau penetrated a bubble field in order to strike at the greenskins within, the Orcs would charge headlong into their foes, guns blazing. Close combats erupted along the length of the gorge, as the cramped conditions the Tau had engineered for the battle prevented them from using hit-and-run tactics. Though Farsight himself used a daring vertical strike to immobilize the clanking, fat-bellied driller at the heart of the Orc horde, he was forced to order his cadres to withdraw before their losses became untenable. The commander reluctantly retreated to his mobile headquarters to reconsider his strategy. In consultation with his ethereal advisors, Farsight once more respectfully requested reinforcement from Viola. The war hung in the balance, he claimed. A determined assault on key Orc positions could see the course of the entire campaign end in favour of the Tau. There was a lengthy silence before the Ethereals replied that a Tau ship from Viola was indeed inbound. They would say no more on the matter. When the lone Orca dropship descended upon Arkunasha, Farsight and his closest advisors met it in person atop a massive natural plateau in the Argap Highlands. The silhouette of the dropship bisected the planet's pink sun for a moment before touching down in a cloud of rust, settling like an undersea ray on the ocean floor. Hydraulics whispered as a large ramp opened at the Orcus fore, and the promised reinforcements stepped out. 2 ceremonial honor guards and a single ethereal. Farsight did well to choke down the surprise and frustration that rose in his chest. A single ethereal. Their presence was good for morale, to be sure, but they could hardly be counted a concrete asset, and certainly not the auxiliary hunter cadres that Oshava had been hoping for. He turned to his own ethereal advisors in dismay, but held his tongue. It was well that he did, for his actions were being monitored very closely indeed. The newcomer introduced himself as Aeon Shi to that, and he carried himself with the surety of a warrior lord. Oshava bowed low when Aeon Shi approached him, observing the formalities customary when welcoming one of the ethereal caste, but there was a stiffness to his motions that made Aeon Shi pause. Dude. He carefully and patiently explained to Oshava that the ethereal high council upon Tau, in order to guided by the wisdom of Aeon Va himself, had need of the commander's remarkable talents elsewhere. The ethereal calmly explained that over the next few years, the fire caste were to withdraw entirely from Arkunasha, taking as many of the planet's colonists with them as they could. He would oversee the extraction personally. There would be no more attacks, no more killing blows, only defense. The plateau upon which they stood would be their fortress, and they would protect it with every iota of their being until every living Tau had left the planet. This they would do for the greater good, effective immediately. Farsight nodded curtly at the news and bowed low in obeisance. In a secret part of his soul, however, he felt a great disquiet stir. How could the Tau abandon the planet just when victory was finally in their grasp? Nevertheless, a senior ethereal had spoken. A simple commander could not hope to appreciate the full scale of the High Council's plans. Over the course of the next year, Farsight enacted the Ethereal Council's plans to the letter, consolidating the civilian Tau into a series of hastily constructed biodomes atop the Argap Plateau. He defended the natural fortress with every weapon and strategy at his disposal, though he lost thousands of good soldiers in the process. He further whittled down the numbers of the Wa that had by now converged upon his position. In the process, he continued to attack their command structure, prioritizing the deaths of mechanics, medics, and warrior leaders, until there were no more left amongst them. In their haste to make war, the Orcs that had encircled the plateau relentlessly ground themselves into its defences until the valley below was choked with corpses. Not one of them had the vision or perspective to retreat, and Farsight pitilessly exterminated any who broke through his cordons. Many of Commander Farsight's pupils, Bright Sword most strident amongst them, called for revenge for the fallen. They proposed a final push to exterminate the aliens once and for all, before extraction. Oshava somberly shook his head. The law of the ethereals must be observed, he replied, regardless of circumstance or opinion. The words felt like ashes in his mouth, but he meant every one. So it was that the Tau colonists were evacuated from Arkanasha, and the Firecast along with them. As his flagship departed the system, Farsight stared into space from the view dome of his quarters. The planet thousands of his warriors had fought and died for receded, until it was but a small dot amongst thousands of uncaring stars. The Firecast returned to Arkanasha the next year. With the exhaustive cartographic information harnessed by Farsight's Warscaper drones, and with the Book of the Beast to guide them, they made short work of the orcs left there. The War had effectively already been broken at Gap Plateau, reduced to less than 100th of its size it had been when it first reached the planet's red sands. The Tau's hunter cadres cleansed and reclaimed the planet in the space of less than a year, reinstalling the colonists dome by dome as the Earthcast brought the conurbations back to a functional state. Soon the planet glittered like a jewel amongst the stars once more, but Commander Farsight was not there to witness it. His destiny lay elsewhere. The Tau had been assailed by a new foe, the Imperium of Man. The Damocles Crusade. The Tau's first encounters with the Imperium were based on subtle infiltration, though when the masters of humanity learned of their subversion, a storm of violence followed. The resultant war crossed the Damocles Gulf and broke upon the heartlands of the Tau Empire. Without the actions of Commander Farsight, the Sept worlds might well have been wiped out. Ethereal Aeonvar, the master of the undying spirit, was undoubtedly an inspiration to all who heard him speak. Second only to Aeonwi of the Whispering Wisdom himself, Aeonvar's steely passion for the accelerated progress of the Tau Empire's conquests had seen them claim world after world during the Second Sphere expansion. Whether in times of war or peace, Aeonvar's political acumen bordered on the supernatural. It was said by many of his supporters that any feat that the Firecast could achieve with force, the Master could achieve with words alone. This claim was initially borne out when the Tau ventured to the other side of the yawning stellar anomaly known as the Damocles Gulf. Situated coreward of the Tau Empire, the Gulf was a region that had long spelled little more than confusion and death for the Tau. Unknown forces roiled within it like oceanic currents that could not be predicted or even monitored by conventional science. However, the Earthcast's invention of the ZFR Horizon Accelerator Engine revolutionized the way the Tau crossed the Sea of Stars. The device allowed them to travel at near light speeds, thereby circumventing the worst of the Gulf's malevolent attentions. Within years of the ZFR engine's invention, the Tau had successfully crossed the Damocles Gulf and began to explore the cluster of worlds on the other side. Instead of conquering them with a costly series of wars, Aeonvar masterminded a long and subtle campaign of integration. Though it took decades, the Tau unveiled themselves into the human civilizations that dwelt there. With trade, diplomacy, and above all patience as their weapons, they effectively converted the human worlds into extensions of the Tau Empire without firing a single shot. Mostly. The interstellar behemoth that is the Imperium of Man is cumbersome indeed, but it is also mighty and vengeful beyond reason. Word eventually filtered back to the High Lords of Terra that the worlds they had controlled in the Timbra subsector on the eastern fringe were no longer paying tithes, and worse still, that their planetary governors were enthralled to a
Damn,
Xenos
dude, maybe I should have
Rex.
left the arms off so I
This,
could do the
they were not
chest.
allowed to go unpunished, and so the
Got a little
Imperium
cross on the
responded
chest.
with
It's
slow
alright.
but unstoppable force.
We got it. We got it.
The promising Damocles expansion ended in a series of harrowing wars that saw the Tau driven back from their newly acquired planets to the Sept worlds of the First Sphere. Even worse, the Imperial fleets had not been content merely to let the Tau flee. The cathedral ships of the human military crossed the Damocles Gulf using some arcane science that defied description, opening portals in the fabric of space, and soon the warriors they carried were falling upon the heartlands of the alien civilization that had dared encroach on their sovereign empire. The first planetary target that the Imperium had identified was Dalif Sept, a prosperous and highly cultured system with its origins in the First Sphere expansion. The defences of the outlying colony worlds of Hybdas, Silakel, and Vissel collapsed one after another. The Imperium's ram-beaked starships blasted their way across Sept's space, the battleships of the Space Marines at their fore. Humanity's grandiose armada was like nothing the Tau had ever encountered. Colossal in scale, and with barely a nod to grace. It was as if a graveyard of marble-encrusted tombs had been torn from some forbidden undersea church and spewed out into the Tau homelands. The sudden appearance of the Imperial fleet caught the Tau completely unprepared. Even though the Tau Navy scrambled what ships it could from Dalif, Prian, and Dalir, the throng of floating colossi in their midst outweighed them massively. The Imperium's giant warships were like armoured whales next to the brightly coloured shoals of air-cast fighters that ripped and tore at their flanks to little effect. A strange battle commenced as each fleet's admirals took the measure of their foes and were left confounded. Against the sheer power of the largest Imperial battleships, even Manta missile destroyers, custodians, and Darktide-class interceptors were outclassed. In turn, the unparalleled mobility of the Tau craft allowed them to evade every Imperial gun and boarding torpedo that was pointed in their direction, until the Tau Armada could respond in force by scrambling battlecruiser fleets from Corvetra Navy docks on the system's edge. Dalif Sept was on its own. A period of unprecedented mayhem and confusion erupted as the Imperial fleet fought its way through the orbital defences of Prian and barged straight on to Dalif Sept, intending to make planetfall upon the Tau homeworlds, no matter the cost. Commander Farsight was briefed on the situation and told that his forces would rejoin those of his old training rival Oshashira in repelling the Imperium from Dalith. Oshava swore he would either cleanse the planet of human scum or die in magnificence. There would be no retreat this time, only victory or death. The aircast of Dalith knew their efforts would be pivotal in the war that was about to consume their planet. They meditated serenely as the Imperial fleet approached, but each pilot had a spark of anticipation in his heart. That spark was fanned into flame by Commander Farsight's historic speech at Zephyr Peak,
We'll do
an
another
address
layer,
that
but we'll
played
probably
to the
start something else
aircast's
here in a
pride,
sec, another
patriotism, and
color.
skill in equal measure. Under the direction of Farsight's trusted aircast ally, Admiral Kuala Li Mu Teng, the pilots of the Sept worlds would counterattack in force. The Imperium descended upon Dalif with such murderous violence that the skies turned
David,
black
what's
with
up, dude?
carbon within the first week of engagement.
Thanks, bro.
Grotesquely large dropships,
Here we are.
painted in the drab olive tones of the Imperial Guard, were first to descend. They approached Dalif in a two-stage vector that saw them first act as aircraft carriers, then, after landing, as mechanized transports that deployed troops and tanks alike on a massive scale. The skies above Dalif's hexadomes were soon buzzing and roaring with the engines of crude Imperial fighters and transports. War scarred the skies long before a single shot was fired on the purple-grassed plains below. With the Imperial forces committed, squadron after squadron of barracudas, razor sharks, tiger sharks, and sun shark bombers
Whoops.
midair to form
Yeah, sorry about the thumbnail,
staggered
guys.
picket lines, each supported by clouds of networked drones that buzzed in their wake like obedient insects. Any enemy aircraft that was caught by their net would be shot down in short order. Above the cityscapes of the largest domes, Imperial thunderbolts zigzagged to escape the deadly matrix the Tau were drawing across the planet's skies. Almost every Imperial craft that ran the gauntlet was caught in criss-crossing interceptor fire and sent hurtling down in flames. Ponderous marauder bombers were overtaken by the bow wave of the air-cast sky lattice, their rudimentary wings burnt from their bodies, and blunt fuselages carved into chunks that spiraled, burning onto the plains below. Valkyries, Vendettas, and a dozen other types of craft beside were hunted by darting razor shark fighters. The fat frames of the Imperial flyers punctured by salvos of pinpoint ion fire. Prowling far below, Farsight's earthbound interceptor cadres sent Sky-Ray Seeker missiles, winging up to take out those few aircraft that still trespassed above. Before the aircast could ensure total aerial supremacy, the eagle-proud strike craft in low orbit began to mete out their revenge. Punishing barrages hammered the Tau ground forces, and strike cruisers launched their deadly cargo vertically downward towards Gelbrinn, the largest of the hexadomes below. Armoured pods hammered out of the skies in tight groups, their downward passage piercing the aerial explosions and drawing columns of flame downward to their impact point. Farsight had to admit he was impressed. The directness and bravery of such a deployment vector was commendable. He decided to take his own insurgency force of crisis teams to the site of this new attack. The aircast's sky-trawling tactics had been extremely effective against the crewed craft of the Imperial Guard, but they were found wanting when the crenellated strike cruisers above sent their own squadrons into the fight. Huge warrior craft emblazoned in bright heraldic colours triggered their afterburners to hurtle in an almost vertical approach, stub-winged escort craft to either side. Monitor drone scans picked out the icons emblazoned on the flanks of each vehicle. These were Space Marine craft. Their blunt hulls, somehow reminiscent of flying fists, and launched with much the same intent. The Space Marine gunship squadrons roared toward the air-cast trawler net with terrific speed, guns blasting as they came. Incredibly, the heavily armoured steersmen of each craft seemed to be seeking out mid-air collisions, roaring at a tight downward angle straight into the ordered matrix of the Tau fighter craft. The air-cast pilots were forced to break formation, wheeling away in curling evasive manoeuvres. How could their foe be so reckless, so suicidal? Was their faith in whatever primitive deity they worshipped so strong they believed they were immortal? Yes. With his battlesuit teams leaping out from graceful Manta missile destroyers and his ground forces transported en masse by the planet's Magna rail networks, Oshava was able to react to the vertical incursions of the Space Marines with impressive speed. Targeting data acquired on the far side of the Damocles Gulf had shown the Imperial shock troops to be extremely heavily armoured, and so Farsight had taken the precaution of having every crisis suit under his command equipped with dual plasma rifles. It proved to be the right decision. The mass-reactive shells fired by the Space Marine squads deploying from each insertion pod were fierce indeed, but few penetrated the armoured shells of the battlesuits that arced down out of the skies. Under Farsight's strict instruction, wherever one crisis battlesuit was hit, it would peel back to be replaced by a fully operational replacement. Wave by wave, the crisis teams descended, their numbers such that, from a distance, they looked like a Violan seed storm floating to Earth. Hundreds of plasma rifles spat bursts of burning fire down into the ranks of the Space Marines, melting through ceramite and searing through flesh to scorch the ground beneath. The Imperial warriors were not so much shot as cored, the sizzling holes in their torsos exposing innards to the air. Incredibly, Many of the fallen Space Marines still fought on, firing powerful sidearms from the ground and shouting their defiance even as their vital fluids drained away. It was an amazing display of fortitude and determination in the face of devastating firepower, and it impressed Farsight deeply, as did the courage of their white-armoured medics administering to their fallen brothers. Yet courage would not be enough to save them. By the time the Fire Warrior support cadres had arrived, all that remained of the Space Marine insertion within Gelbrin was smoking ruin. As all-out war unfolded in the skies above, the monstrous tracked transports of the Imperial Guard and the giant walkers that stomped in their vanguard simply ignored the best efforts of the aircast. Their crackling shields and thick hides were all but impenetrable to anything short of railgun fire, and they knew it. The vast metal transports settled in great wallowing clouds of steam before unfurling their ramps like broad, flat tongues, disgorging regiment after regiment
should
of soldiers from their
the
gullets.
staff? What
Strike
color should
forces
the
of
staff
town moved
be
to
on the
intercept,
box? They have it like
but
a
whenever they
rusty,
hove into view, the immense
not a rusty,
Imperial
like,
walkers that flanked each deployment
oxidized
ramp
copper
unleashed
or whatever.
firepower
So it
so
looks all like
intense that
bluish
the hunter
green.
cadres were forced to take evasive action of their
The
own.
staff.
The massive machines were demigods of battle.
Should I
Each
keep
was
it
an
that,
avatar of
or should I like
destruction,
go with a silver
here in
staff
form, on a scale
with
undreamt
the gold
of,
on top?
even by the most
the bottom tip
ambitious
gold,
of the
or-
Earthcast's battlesuit designers.
I don't
Here
know.
was mankind's warlike deity made manifest, just as the effigy walkers of the primitive orcs represented their own belligerent gods. Under the protection of these machines, endless
leather
ranks
wrap
of
on the
Imperial
handle.
soldiery marched, while elsewhere thousands of ponderous Imperial tanks rumbled into attack formations. Farsight's hunter cadres were ready to engage, but even the most veteran Fireblade had to admit that the scale of the task was bewildering. In the space of a day, the Imperium had bulldozed a series of beachheads onto
that's
Dali
what
with
that
little
little
more
checkered-
than faith and brute
Checkered
force.
pattern is. It's
Despite
leather.
sustaining heavy losses,
Okay.
long-range suppression fire, they were slowly converging on the capital hexadome central to the planet's eastern hab states. As night began to fall,
All right.
Commander
Hell
Farsight
yeah.
called an emergency
good thing I got a
conclave of
leather
those commanders
brown.
not yet involved in the battle. The Space
Not that
Marines
one.
that had dared to assault the city of Galbrin
There it is.
directly
Leather
had been
brown.
neutralized, but the vast bulk of the Imperial armies were yet to engage. Their advance had been stalled by staggered missile strikes from the hills around Galbrin, and their outriders had been slain by optimized stealth teams, but the solid core remained. The battle for Dalif had only just begun. As Farsight was bringing his emergency conclave to a consensus of all-out attack, an athletic Tau female swept into the room. Her self-possession and cold beauty demanded attention as she strode to the command bridge. She moved in front of Farsight, blocking him from view, as she calmly outlined her plan. The Firecast Reserve would join her hunter cadres in a series of stealth attacks to draw the enemy out in pursuit. Only then would the true counterattacks be launched. She issued specific orders to those commanders not belonging to Farsight's contingent, and one by one they bowed their heads. When Commander Shadowsun strode back out, without a word to Farsight, half of the emergency conclave went with her. Farsight's grip on his sword hilt tightened, but he held his peace. He recalled the words of Master Puretide, reminding himself that, though he and his fellow commander were very different, they strove for the same goals. That evening, he contented himself with observing and analysing the data they had harnessed so far concerning the Imperial invasion. There was much to be learned. Scant hours later, there came reports of a series of devastating attacks that had been made under cover of darkness. The tactics employed were Oshishira's, no doubt.
Hell yeah.
Commander Farsight would recognise them anywhere. The Imperium's immense phalanxes were flailing blindly, lashing out in all directions as their outlying vehicles were destroyed, one after another, by point-blank fusion fire. As soon as their primitive vision sensors had been open wide to scry the Dalithan night, Oshishira had released bursts of multispectral light that blinded her prey even more effectively than the pitch darkness of the plains. Confusion reigned around the perimeter of each Imperial column as carefully placed tank kills hemmed in the great mass of each vehicle company. Spearheads of trundling battle tanks and super heavy ordnance split off from the main mass wherever they could, blasting a path through magna-rail tunnels that blocked them in order to pursue the signal ghosts of this new threat. Farsight smiled to himself. Knowing Oshishira, they would be lucky if they tagged a single battlesuit. The war that unfolded over the next few months saw the differing styles of Pure-Tide students writ large. Their strategies were painted in blood upon the canvas of Dalif's battlefields. Wherever Oshishira's infiltration and misdirection tactics blinded the military behemoth of the Imperial Guard, Space Marine strike forces raced to intercept, their rugged technology and genetically engineered strength overmatching the stealth teams and forcing them to withdraw. As soon as the Space Marines had committed themselves, Oshava and his battlesuit spearheads would fall upon them from above, crippling their transports with broadside fire and meeting the stranded survivors in a series of deadly close-quarter battles. In the sky war above, Koro Lemieux Teng's aircast pilots took a heavy toll. Even the Admiral himself joined the fight in his personalised Barracuda, hunting Space Marine gunships like a great golden raptor, harrying a pack of corvids. A young progeny of the original Commander Brightsword excelled himself in a series of close-quarter battlesuit actions at the Battle of Verisar Gate, even managing to stamp a skull-masked warrior leader into a broken mass of ceramite and pulp flesh in one assault. Farsight commissioned his ingenious Earth-cast ally, Ovessa, to devise new weapons capable of dealing assailing Gelbrin City with an insertion pod assault so ferocious that it shattered the hexadome roof and blew out the atmosphere inside. Even Farsight had to pull back when the Imperials teleported their own war-suited warriors into the central plaza. Tau blood flowed through the streets as armoured companies ringed the city, cutting off any escape from the Space Marines ravaging through the outer districts. It was a story repeated in 5 more cities before the war was over, for a company of Space Marines was committed to each conquest, every one a force that even the finest of Farsight's Firecast cadres was hard-pressed to match. The bitter war upon Dalif was characterised not by martial prowess alone, but by a hectic race for information. The two stellar empires fought not only to defeat their foes, but to understand their weaknesses. The Imperium changed its tactics after the Battle of Vimeshla, where outgunned Imperial Guard regiments successfully charged the Tau gun line and, despite sustaining heavy casualties, won a bloody victory purely with bayonets and boots. Since that day, the Imperial invaders drove in to engage the Tau at close quarters wherever they could. For his part, Oshava studied the Imperium's forces relentlessly. He endlessly adapted strategies, counter-strategies, and target priorities, distributing drone-borne guider programs to all of his commanders. The Imperium took its own tactical manual, the Codex Astartes, and applied its principles to whatever the Tau threw at them. The Hammers of Dawn were especially efficient at codifying Tau threats and responding in force, for they lived every word of the Codex and never deviated from its teachings, no matter the cost. Farsight took a great interest in the patterns that emerged during the Imperial war effort,
Garbage
making
truck
extensive
it up.
notes and
Almost
even
there,
refining
bro.
prototype simulations. As
Are you
the
allowed to
war
open it on
unfolded,
Christmas Eve at
the
night,
Imperial armies
or do you have
appeared
to
value
wait till
armor
Christmas
above
morning
all else.
day?
Their vehicles were so heavy that even hammerhead gunships struggled to reap the casualties expected of them. In direct response, Farsight pioneered the deadly Sunforge pattern of battlesuit armament. This allowed crisis teams to drop down from Manta destroyers onto their vehicular prey, cripple them at close range with blasts from their dual fusion blasters, and then boost off into the skies once more, to be picked up by the Mantas on the return run. Meanwhile, Oshishira
Yeah, sneep,
took her
sneep.
stealth cadres to the dark side of Dalith, constantly moving in rotation with the system's sun so that every raid she performed was under cover of darkness. Farsight monitored her progress, not through open communication, but by the trail of smoking wrecks she left in her wake. When the warrior master of the Scar Lords chapter carved a red path through the Magna Rail tunnels of Dalif's government district, Farsight gave permission to the lone Monat pilot Shakovash to intercept. The Monat blasted his way to the heart of the Scar Lord strike force, only to be brought to his knees by the war-suited bodyguards of the Imperial warlord. Shakovash boosted forward with one last charge, triggering an experimental stasis failsafe at the exact moment the Scar Lord raised his blade to strike and freezing the two warriors in place at the crux of the conflict. Hundreds of years later, the two mighty warriors are still trapped in the resultant sphere of timelessness, raised up outside the rebuilt core assembly house of Dalif as a centerpiece monument to the greater good. Please check the description for a previous Voxcast where we explore that particular episode and what happened once the stasis field collapsed. Link below. Despite their best efforts, the forces Farsight and Oshishira had at their command could not be everywhere at once. The Imperium was a powerful foe indeed, and unlike the barbarous Orc race, it appeared to have a strategy worked out for every combat environment and tactic the Tau could engineer. In defiance of the Firecast's spirited defence, the Imperium had gradually but irresistibly overtaken several of the planet's cities, slaughtering any Tau within and fortifying the war-torn structures. The Ethereals in overall command of the war effort could not countenance such losses. Ever more extreme measures were taken to stall the Imperial advance, whilst reinforcements were brought in from the other worlds in the Sept and beyond. Yet on the field of battle, far more drastic measures were being taken. To Farsight's quiet horror, experimental neurochip prototypes containing the recorded strategies of Commander Puretide were surgically installed in the minds of cadre, fireblades and battlesuit commanders, allowing them to function as military leaders that thought alike and could adapt to any situation. That was the theory, at least. Though the so-called Swords of Puretide enjoyed great success against the rank and file, when the forces of the Imperium brought forth strange, gaunt shamans who reduced battlesuits to ruin with gestures of their wizened hands, the implanted leaders had none of their own previous learnings to draw upon and faltered badly. The confusion cost hundreds of lives as the minds of their leaders struggled to respond to this new threat. As the war effort looked about to unravel, Kroot mercenaries were dispatched by the 1,000 through the Magna Rail networks, and rushed to wherever the Imperium forced a breach in the network of tunnels criss-crossing Dalif and spilling out like blood from an opened artery to fall upon the Imperial troops nearby. Zipping through the sky above them would come 100-strong networks of gun drones, their pulse rifle fire taking a butcher's toll as they hovered out of reach of shell and blade. In this way, the Imperial forces were pinned in place long enough for Farsight or Oshishira's cadres to scramble to the breach and avenge the Kroot that had given their lives in the Empire's defence. Farsight took this tactic one step further at the siege of Ralatas, a dome city famous for its sculptures of living light. With the Tau's most capable commanders engaged on the other side of the planet, an Imperial dropship landed only a few miles from the city gates. Within hours, Ralatas was surrounded by Imperial tanks, including several super-heavy squadrons, powerful enough to blast breaches in the city walls. With the exception of the Kroot kindreds that made their homes in the dome's sprawling arboreal districts, the city had only a small garrison of fire warriors to defend it. Certainly nothing that could deal with over 1,000 battle tanks. Shaskra, cadre Fireblade, in charge of the garrison, patched through an urgent message to Farsight requesting help. Oshava could give him none, but said he would think on it. Less than a minute later, a reply reached Shaskra, and he spread the word to the Earthcast artisans abroad in the city. Just
Oh,
as the
yeah, kick up
Imperials
all
breached
that
the
hair up
walls
on
and
my
began
paint.
to barge their way into Ralatas's perimeter, the city went completely dark. Suddenly, a massive electromagnetic pulse boomed out as every one of the city's light sculptures, fusion arrays, and code generators hurled their potential energy in a devastating wave. The EMP tidal wave scrambled the cogitators of every Imperial tank and walker within a mile of the city walls, stopping them in their tracks. It was then that massed Kroot carnivore squads poured out of every breach, bounding and leaping toward the foe. Kroot hounds ran down those who tried to flee, while Krootoxen ripped open the hatches and doors of the silenced tanks, allowing their ferocious kin to climb inside. The grisly feast that followed has never been broadcast on open Tau channels, though it is said that Oshava watched it several times. Though the Imperium had taken a great toll, and half of Dalif had been abandoned or reduced to smoking rubble, their attacks were slowly losing momentum. The Tau used everything they had learnt in the war thus far to great effect, using the EMP tactics that saved Ralatas to divide the Imperial armies into disparate chunks, which were then cut apart piece by piece. In the process, they had brought enough time for the other Sept worlds to contribute to reinforcements. A steady stream of fire-cast cadres made planetfall with every new day, and the Imperial Navy was forced to retreat in the face of overwhelming numbers. As for the Space Marines, their dogmatic adherence to certain set-piece strategies and tactics eventually became their undoing. In conjunction with Oshishira, Commander Farsight masterminded several large-scale assaults that saw his fellow commander draw the Space Marines into the open, only for Oshava to fall upon them with all the speed and fury he had become famous for. As the weeks ground on, the masters of the Imperial Crusade were forced to admit that they had spread their forces too thin. Now that their supply lines had been established, the Tau had an almost limitless supply of war material, and astropathic messages transmitted across the Damocles Gulf spoke of a new alien threat assailing the Imperium. Regiment by regiment, company by company, the Imperial presence upon Dalith began to withdraw. Farsight and his acolytes were already preparing to encircle and destroy the retreating Imperial armies when a contingent of water-cast diplomats made an official visit. As a trio of ethereals walked through the doors of the High Command behind them, Oshava felt something strange rise in his mind, a sense of future paths forking, of destiny. After the watercast observed the appropriate etiquette,
Hell yeah,
the
you
ethereals
guys.
delivered their message. The Imperial troops were to be allowed to
So I
flee
used leather
unhindered.
brown
A communique
on the
had been
staff,
received from one
and then I
Captain
used English
Savaliak of the
uniform
Hammers of
on the
Dor,
gloves, so I
accepting
had
the
a different
truce the
tone to it.
watercast had offered on the Tau Empire's behalf. By his manner of speech, the ethereal said it was obvious that such a gesture was extremely rare for humanity's warrior caste. The captain had taken pains to stress that without the honourable conduct the Tau had exhibited in the earlier stages of the war, and the pressing concern of invasion to the north, this eventuality would never come to pass. The watercast ambassadors had decided not to challenge the humans' proclamations, for they knew that the Imperium had expended the merest fraction of its might against them. Nonetheless, though the Tau's confidence in their own supremacy had been severely shaken, they had triumphed in the final reckoning and learned much about the Imperium. Not only did the Imperium withdraw its forces from Dalif Sept, but from Tau space altogether. Earthcast and studied in painstaking detail. The vast majority of the Imperial war tech was declared inferior and of no use to the greater good, though Ovessa made some astonishing discoveries in the depths of his labs about the esoteric technologies used by the humans' fleets. As for the commanders, dubbed the Swords of Puretide, all of the engrams that had been surgically inserted in Dalif's warrior leaders were forcibly removed. This invasive procedure left those who had been operated upon as drooling and pliant simpletons. a sad loss to the Empire. Yet, as the watercast patiently explained, such was the sometimes painful cost of victory. When Eonvar and his honor guard came to collect Farsight's old teammate, Commander Shavastos, for his scheduled engram removal, the veteran warrior was absent from his quarters. When questioned about his disappearance, O'Shava mournfully informed them that Shavastos had in fact fallen in the last engagement of the war, and his body had been burned to an unrecognizable crisp. Such was the cost of victory, explained O'Shava, dipping his head in sorrow. Eonvar met Farsight's gaze for a long time before turning on his heels and heading back the way he came, his ceremonial escort trailing in his wake. A few years after the Damocles Gulf Crusade, the triumph of Dalif became tinged with tragedy. Commander Puretide was rapidly declining in health, and such was his wisdom that no conventional engram nor student could encompass his teachings entirely. Ethereal Master Eonvar decreed that for the greater good
a little rusty ball in there.
Commander Puretide must live on.
Balthazar gold, so it already looks like rust.
Whilst in public,
So we should be
Eonvar
alright
joined
on
in
that
the
one.
morning of Puretide's death, behind closed doors. He had the commander's corpse subjected to extensive
Wasteful.
brain scans, and his dissected mind
Every
rebuilt into a complex
every
artificial
brushstroke
intelligence
count.
that was installed in a hollow throne at the peak of Mount Kanji. Just in case his plan to hold on to Puretide's wisdom via technological means was not sufficient, Eonvar issued an edict for his most prominent pupils to be placed into semi-permanent stasis. These masters of war were only to be awoken when the
Yeah, it
Tau
looked
Empire
alright still.
had need of them most. Oshasira and O'Case were amongst those frozen in time.
We're
in
just
this
checking
manner.
it. I don't think I'll use
The
Balthazar
Ethereal
gold
Council
on
had
these
other
guys
plans
because we
for
got
O'Shava. Plans
we
that
got
were to
gold
raise him
gold?
up to the height of glory and ultimately, in doing so, to dash him into disgrace.
and then we got a
The Far Side
polished gold.
Expedition. The Imperial war machine had withdrawn from Tau space to face a new galactic threat.
I'll probably use
The
either
Tyranids
both of
of High
those.
Fleet Behemoth. In the process,
We got bronze
left the
too, but I
worlds
don't
of the
think
Damocles
bronze will
Gulf
look
lightly
pretty good. I don't
gassed.
think bronze will look good on these
O'Shava
guys.
was
Should I do
tasked
bronze?
with their
No, I don't.
reclamation,
I'll do gold.
though
Gold will look
unexpected
better.
complications were to change the course of his life forever. The Tau Empire had faced off against an insanely strong opponent and emerged victorious, but the cost of that victory had been high indeed. Every one of the worlds settled on the other side of the Damocles Gulf had been left to the Imperium in the early stages of its crusade, and one of the prime set worlds of the Empire had been badly
Thanks,
mauled.
bro.
The
We're
notion
doing
of
it,
the Tau's
man. We're
natural
trying.
supremacy in the universe had been shaken
Yeah, that's
to
my
its
buddy
core.
right there. Hi,
Ethereal
feller.
Master
Hi,
Eonvar
buddy.
believed that this time
Who's
of
my
doubt could
fella?
have profound consequences.
Yes.
He
Good boy,
reported
good
to
boy,
the
good
High
boy.
Council that the Firecast had experienced their first ever large-scale defeats, and the prospect
We'll
of
give him
the
a couple
Imperium
cookies
having
for being
committed
such a
only
good
small
fella
portion
and
of
not
its
getting up in
might
my
was
paint.
severely daunting. Not only that, but he
Go on,
had
stay
reason
there,
to believe
stay
that the
there
Tau
now.
people's faith in their destiny to rule the galaxy was showing cracks. This could not be allowed. Without ambition and
There you
faith,
go.
the Tovar would falter and die. Eonvar believed that preventing this meant not only reclaiming the lost worlds on the other side of the Damocles Gulf, but also establishing more bases and orbital stations than ever before. Only then would the Tau be reassured that the war with the Imperium was only a setback and not the first sign of an inevitable doom. Eonvar implored Ethereal Supreme Aonwi, whose days were by this point drawing to a close, for the right to launch a reconquest of the Damocles Gulf, and he saw the wisdom in Eonvar's words. After much deliberation, Aonwi acquiesced not only to Eonvar's plans for reconquest, but also to the proposal that O'Shava should lead it. The Tau would head back out into the stars, their optimism and self-belief rekindled by the finest military mind of their time. The might and support of every caste, including the Ethereals, would be behind him. News of Farsight's incredible ability and aptitude for war had spread throughout the Empire. And since the reconquest of Arkanasha and the successful repulsion of the Imperium from Dalith, Commander O'Shava was saluted by all ranks of the fire caste whenever he passed them, and his counsel was taken by every caste, other than the Ethereals. Aenvar's decision for Farsight to lead the reconquest was not taken lightly, but when the matter was settled, it had the full power of the Master behind it. The first few weeks saw O'Shava elevated from the status of hero to that of vaunted saviour. With the persuasive arts of the water caste as his tools, Aenvar began a propaganda campaign that saw O'Shava's military successes become oft-told legends. Statues to Farsight's greatness were erected in every major battle dome, pod complex and naval harbour across the worlds of the First Sphere. Fire warriors of every rank had images or hollow cuts of Farsight somewhere in their possession, sometimes even displayed alongside those of Aenwi and Aenvar themselves. For O'Shava, the attentions were bewildering and unwelcome. The commander was greeted with the hunter's salute so many times each day that he feared he would wear out his arm joints before the crusade even started. Yet he bore it all stoically, understanding that the Empire needed its heroes. In the councils of the Ethereals, there were concerns that O'Shava would not live up to the propaganda. The Damocles Gulf would not fall twice to the wiles of Tau diplomats. This time, the Firecast would have to lead the charge on every world. If Dalith was an indication of the Imperium's threat, blood would be spilt in great measure, and these worlds had no little access to reinforcements. Aenvar smiled knowingly and brushed their concerns aside. The final result of all the effort was the mobilization of the greatest fleet the Tau Empire had yet seen. The sheer number of Tau battleships, navy escorts, colony ships, war spheres, grav pulse tugs, dropships and outrider patrols assembled for the coalition defied belief. Once the preparations were complete, Aenwi gave one of his final speeches, and the fleet of the Great Reclamation was launched into the Damocles Gulf amongst great celebration. Something in Farsight's gut felt strange, but he was the model of a noble commander nonetheless. If the Empire needed a conqueror he would be. During the hours of the journey across the Gulf, when he was not in stasis, Farsight gathered every action report and drone capture snippet he could lay his hands on from the war for Dalith. With the help of Commander Brightsword and his old ally Ovessa, O'Shava gradually built up a comprehensive picture of Imperial war doctrine. Day and night he pored over how the armies of humanity acted and reacted in different situations and theatres of war, how they made planetfall, what it took to provoke them, and what it took to break them. There were elements of the Imperium's armies, notably the Hammers of Dawn, whose adherence to a set methodology was almost fanatical. Such was the diligence and precision with which they observed their military doctrine that, in studying them, Commander Farsight was able to write down their tactical imperatives as a set of commandments. By the time his coalition had crossed the Damocles Gulf, O'Shava had pieced together much of what he and his lieutenants referred to as the human war schematic, a code that he believed the Imperium's troops observed at all times. In doing so, he learned a good deal about the blind spots in the Tau's traditional military doctrine, and began to adjust his repertoire of strategies to compensate for these oversights. As the Tau arrived once more on the far side of the Gulf, Farsight used his newfound knowledge about the Imperium to dramatic effect. With the bulk of their military in the sector pulled away to engage High Fleet Behemoth, Commander O'Shava found himself waging a series of campaigns in which he held the advantage from the start. The planetary defence forces, left to garrison the worlds of the Timbra sector, though over 100 million strong on planets such as Vespertine and Matansong, were lured into a series of mock wars by vanguard Tau forces. Time after time, modest raids would lure out defenders, hoping to secure a front, only they considered relevant. Once they had committed themselves, the remainder of Farsight's force would fall from the skies and deliver a killing blow. Of such efficiency, it would have impressed Puretide himself. Over and over again, O'Shava's foresight paid off. and the Tau Empire rejoiced with every new conquest. Through a combination of military acumen, hard work, and verve, Commander Farsight had lived up to the inflated claims the Ethereals had made in his name. World by world, battle by battle, the Damocles Gulf was brought back into the fold. The reconquests of the 4 principal worlds on the distant side of the Gulf were bloody in the extreme. Farsight's incredible ability to second-guess his foes made for a string of impressive victories. But as the anarchy of battle rolled out across the sector, the Imperium dealt the expedition a great many wounds of its own. By the time the fleet had reached the last system of the previously colonized region, there were fewer than half the original ships remaining. Oshava felt every loss keenly, not merely as a military setback, but as an emotional and spiritual wound. His ethereal advisors had made it plain that there would be no more reinforcements, not this far from the Empire. The Tau were not the only ones to have taken advantage of the Imperium's armies being withdrawn. By the time the coalition arrived, the asteroid belt to the east each one successful and efficient. However, as space-capable drones made their flyby scans, the horrible truth became clear. Almost every asteroid large enough to hold them was teeming with orcs. And if the fleet's readings were correct, the asteroid belt was but the tip of an empire that stretched all the way into the next star system. Farsight's expedition was on the brink of total victory, but the orc presence disturbed him greatly. He meditated upon the new information for many hours, and upon returning to his ship's command bridge, he gave an order that would shake the Tau Empire to its core. He announced that the destruction of the orcs was a higher priority than concluding the reconquest. He would expend every effort to exterminate them, targeting every planet they had infected in this system and the next. It was the first time a Tau of any rank had disobeyed a direct order from the Ethereal Council. Oshava's decision was an unthinkable breach of the chain of command. For the early claimed Farsight enclaves, it was only the beginning. The Tau Empire's second sphere expansion saw several budding Tau worlds founded across the far side of the Damocles Gulf amidst the civilizations of an adaptable race of bipeds that called themselves humans. Then, the gradual encroachment of Imperial space saw the juggernaut of humanity's armies drive the Tau back to the sept worlds of the first sphere. When Commander Oshava reconquered the territories lost during the time of questioning, he drove the Imperials back in turn. He retook the worlds beyond the Damocles Gulf in the name of the greater good. Since that time, the worlds have been transformed into a Demance, separate from the rest of the Tau Empire, an autonomous collective known as the Farsight Enclaves. Each of the principal worlds of the Farsight Enclaves has a democracy overseen by one of Commander Oshava's old allies. These worlds are in close communication and work together as a team to moderate and supply the Scion worlds that pass on similar orbits nearby. Though each harbours members of the Earth, Air and Water castes alongside a substantial Fire Warrior presence, Commander Farsight has seen fit to encourage each of the different castes to claim the world that is most suitable to its needs for their own homes. The exception is, of course, the Ethereal caste. The aged wonder, Aeon Shi, is the sole ethereal welcome anywhere in the Farsight Enclaves. Lubgraal is classified a memorial world. Lubgraal is a world of drab earthen spires, whose interior is woven with countless miles of shining white and silver tunnels, laced with cutting-edge technology. The Earth caste are most numerous upon Lubgraal, and they never ever stop building. Not a cycle goes by in which they don't add to the facilities, filling its honeycomb tunnels with observatories, research centres, weapons testing vaults, mag trains, quartermaster nodes, and prototype development labs. On Lubgraal's surface, however, the polar caps are punctuated only by hundreds of thousands of clean white ovals, each a memorial to one of the warriors lost under Farsight's command. None shall be forgotten, for Oshava sees martyrdom as the ultimate expression of the greater good, and strives to recognize such sacrifice wherever it occurs. Violos, a geothermic world. The warriors of the Firecast like to say that the planet of Violos has a raging core to rival Farsight's own. The amount of geothermic energy that the Earthcast has managed to harness from Violos's capped volcano chains make it the most potent of all the Farsight Enclave's strategic assets. It has been speculated that the planet's innate power is what drew Oshava to make his home there. Though Violos boasts a warm, saline ocean teeming with life, the planet's contiguous landmass is both its principal training ground and its most stunning natural resource. The many tectonic borders are dotted with volcanic chains, each of which harbours a training academy. It is said in the enclaves that Violos, whose name loosely translates as Son of Viola, can boast just as many warriors as its parent planet, if not more. Tanikla, crystalline world. The planet-sized crystal polygon, known as Tinikla, is especially pleasing to the aesthetically minded aircast who live in the floating hab pods and orbital stations above it. The planet is a giant mineral structure, so close to true transparency it seems to glow with lambent starlight. Unable to resist the challenge, Lubgral's Earthcast used planar sonics to shear the thin, meteor-cracked crust of Tiniklar away, leaving behind only a geometrically perfect surface. In doing so, they have transformed it from a shattered maze of crystal into a shimmering polygon, a testament to the power of the Tau Empire. The world's orbital stations are fashioned in shapes sympathetic to Tiniklar itself, revolving around their beautiful core world like electrons around some titanic nucleus. Salash High, oceanic cloud. Salash High is not so much a planet as a collection of giant, viscous globes of liquid, each the size of a small moon. These massive spheroids orbit the nearby sun, Emun High, as a group. Each time a meteor or asteroid passes into one of the spheres, the liquid parts with stately slowness into smaller groups of globes. Each time the forces of the void throw one or more globes together, they meld with a burst of meniscus that sets the skies dancing with multicoloured light. Within Salash High, the watercast of Oshava's great collective meditates on what the fluid nature of the oceanic cloud can teach them about the universe and the other races within it. They are only too pleased to elaborate on the topic whenever the opportunity arises, for they love nothing more than to educate and enlighten those they deem to be further from the truth. The Beast Ascendant. With only a single world left to reconquer in order to complete his mission, Farsight left the enclaves of the Damocles Gulf to pursue his old enemies, the Orcs. In doing so, he initiated a system-spanning war that spiraled out of all control, sealing his status as a renegade and almost destroying everything he had achieved as a leader. As the other castes of the Farsight expedition began repopulating the enclaves,
what do you need?
Oshava's fleet
What can I
was
do for
readying
you?
for war. Leaving only a small garrison to defend the colonies, Farsight set out for the Vorak asteroid belt to clear it of Orcs. His plan was for the Tau Navy to use their superior range to pick the Orcs apart without risking a single life. Though the concept was sound, Farsight's plan soon faltered. Long-range scans betrayed an incredible truth. The asteroids were not hiding the Orc fleet. They actually were the Orc fleet. Gigantic clumps of debris had been sheathed with scraps of metal and weapons, with crude engines the size of biodomes attached at the rear. Farsight wasted no time cross-referencing the symbols carved into the asteroid ships with those of the Orc invasions that had plagued the Sept worlds in the past. Sure enough, these greenskins had been encountered many years before, preying on the space lanes of Daleth. After a short war, the threat had been declared neutralized. Not nearly neutralized enough, Farsight realized. The Orcs had evidently fled to the fringes of the Tau Empire, hoping to prey upon the newly established colonies, much as a savannah hunter seeks the youngest and most infirm prey. Extremely vexed by this revelation, Farsight formulated a meticulous plan to exterminate all the Orc asteroid ships. With Admiral Koro Limu Teng's finest pilots at the tip of each spearhead, the Tau fell upon the clumsy Orc fleet with dizzying speed. Each asteroid could barely turn its guns toward the Tau before its engines were blown apart by the aircast. This spectacle was repeated for weeks, and Farsight's progress could be followed by the string of burning lights he was stitching across the stars. The sheer number of Orc bases was their only real defence, though the now accepted tactic of killing the Orc leader and throwing his followers into anarchy was next to impossible to enact. Furthermore, whilst Farsight was methodically smashing base after base on the fringe of the Vorak belt, hundreds of the furthest asteroid ships were accelerating towards the worlds of the next system. Once most of the Orc asteroid ships had been destroyed or driven off, Farsight reported to his trio of ethereal advisors that the green-skin menace was greatly reduced, and he could dispatch a full half of the fleet to return to the enclaves. They nodded sagely, but as Farsight was about to leave in triumph, they had something to reveal. Admiral Koro Limu Teng had been killed by a hidden missile base whilst overseeing an extermination order. Farsight's eyes narrowed for a moment, but he bowed low, asking for leave to go and meditate in his quarters. When he emerged, his resolve had hardened once more. The fleet would not be returning, not yet. The Orcs would be pursued, and every last one put to the torch. Unbeknownst to Oshava, his strike into the Vorak belt had initiated war against a foe who had not only fought against the Tau before and survived, but who had come to understand the Firecast in turn. Grog Ironteeth, war chief of Alsanta, had learned the hard way that the Tau could outrange the Orcs in space, so he planned to draw them away from the enclaves and engage them at close range on the most rugged and congested planets he could find, with plenty of cover and lots of hiding places, from which to start what he thought of as a proper fight. The remaining asteroid ships of the Vorak belt spread out into two fleets as they neared the Magi system on the fringes of the Damocles Gulf. Farsight's armada monitored them as best they could. One cluster plunged toward the deserted world of Arthur's Moloch, the other toward the Tau-held planet of Atari Vo. A large dagger-shaped asteroid flew at the heart of the latter fleet, and after meditating on the anomaly, Farsight concluded that a flagship shaped like a weapon would appeal to an Orc leader. He gave the order to head for Ataro Vo, and his assumption was correct. The dagger asteroid was indeed his quarry's flagship.
I think about the work the Foundation does.
More cookies. Speaking about more, I think we gotta get more back to normal.
Orcs intended to smash them into the planet with as much force as possible.
How's the volume on the story?
It was the
Does the
same
story
as
need
at
to be a little higher?
Akinasha, only this time the target was a world of cities and gardens instead of a planet-sized
exactly.
desert. At first, the Tau were confused by Farsight's presence on this side of the Damocles Gulf and refuted his claim. But as the asteroids hurtled down, the truth became horribly clear. They slammed into the planet's main continent, Vohai, each one snuffing out millions of lives with its impact. The dagger-shaped flagship at the heart of the fleet drove itself deep into the capital city, Torota Shah, jewel of Atari Vo's white-walled cities. It was reduced to a blasted crater in the space of a few seconds. The surviving Tau hoped that the Orcs had died executing their insane tactics, but they were horribly disappointed. Protected by powerful shield cores in each warship, the Orcs seethed out of the wreckage in a storm of aggression. Wherever the Tau engaged them, the Orcs returned fire with crackling energy beams and salvaged Tau weaponry. The volume of fire pouring out of the Orc ranks was unlike anything the Tau had encountered before, and the craters made by their planetfall provided cover enough to weather the firing solutions of the Firecast. Farsight's armies docked in the planet's sky stations and joined the battle unfolding on the planet below. But it was soon clear that they were fighting a very different breed of Orc from the primitives they had encountered on Arkanasha. Hulking leaders in glyph-covered greatcoats unleashed blasts of blinding green fire from their multi-barrel guns, each powerful enough to punch clean through a battlesuit. Captured hammerheads and sky rays lurched from the rocks, plasma fire splashing from their steel-fanged hulls as they ploughed into the ranks of their former owners. Whirring Orc coptercraft spat hails of fire, forcing the Tau into cover as yet more Orcs spilled from the breach. At dozens of impact sites, the battle intensified again and again until Tau blood mingled with the blackish ooze of the Orc fallen amongst the rubble. Salvation was finally delivered, not by the Firecast, but by their Aircast brethren. Whole shoals of barracudas and tiger sharks were dispatched, their advance preceded by waves of piranhas, mowing down mob after mob of skulking Orcs with their burst cannons. The Manta missile destroyer, Ores Por Kayon, slaughtered those Orcs nearest the wrecked dagger ship with a storm of railgun fire, and the Sunshark bombers, soaring down from low orbit, washed the ruins clean with chains of plasma bombs. As yet more pilots joined the fight, the Orcs fled into the ruins of their impact craters. With his foes on the run, Farsight pressed the advantage, leading a cadre of his own warriors over the lip of the dagger ship's impact crater and falling upon the Orcs below. Only then did the true cunning of Grog become clear. Thousands of Orcs spilled into the crater and fell upon Farsight's force like the jaws of a vice. The Tau could not fire in every direction at once, and they were swarmed within a few minutes of the trap being sprung. The last stand became a massacre, as a hulking, ostentatiously dressed war boss flung himself into the fight. His mind churning with emotion, Farsight ordered his battlesuit teams to boost out of the melee with their jetpacks. They fired into the Orcs below as they soared away, felling a great many with their parting gesture, but the fact remained they had charged headlong into a trap. Those Tau who had escaped reconvened in the sky stations, conceding the battle zones around each asteroid and laying plans for a planet-wide counterattack. Humbled by his defeat at the crater, Farsight acted only as an advisor as the ensuing war unfolded. He risked his life over and over again to atone for leading so many to their deaths, but the stain on his honor remained. The planet's military isolated and eventually destroyed the Orc invaders over the course of a difficult and costly campaign. When victory had been assured beyond all doubt, Farsight left Etarivo, swearing not to make the same mistakes. Yet in his introspection, he had underestimated the cunning of War Chief Grog once more. When Oshava's fleet emerged from the Damocles Gulf, he was shocked to find the Enclaves in a state of full-scale war. Panic rising within him, Farsight ordered his fleet to close with Violas, most populous of the worlds, and long-range communications confirmed Oshava's worst suspicions. Those scattered asteroid ships that were not destroyed had fallen from the skies upon the vulnerable Enclave planets. Much like before, the asteroid ships had been used as weapons, the night skies now empty where the necklace of asteroids had glinted before. With the majority of their military on campaign, the garrisons defending each world were locked in a desperate battle for survival. Farsight met with his commanders at the new Firecast headquarters, a giant disk city hovering in relative safety above Violas's ocean. The situation was much the same on the neighbouring worlds of Lubgrel and Tanakla. Even the ocean world of Salish High was prowled by iron-hulled battleships. The Greenskins were running riot throughout the Enclaves, and the Firecast had already made plans to withdraw the survivors into evacuation zones. His voice level and controlled, Oshava asked how they could have let events get to this point. They reported that the war had hung in the balance until a great orc potentate appeared and united their armies. Since then, they had lost territory fast. Farsight clenched his fists in realization. The warlord he had hunted.
It almost seems like
all
I
the
should
way
do
to
the
Atari
gold
Voe
stuff
had
first
escaped,
and then
only to
the
double back
colors
and
after.
strike at the vulnerable enclave worlds,
Just
whilst their
because
commander was busy elsewhere. Ordering his lieutenants to remain behind
I
and
guess the
fight
other
on
stuff
in
is
his stead,
heightened. I guess
Farsight
it sticks out
strode
more.
quickly
And I
out
got to get the
of
bottom
Firecast's
first. I guess
high
I don't know.
command,
I'm figuring it out.
climbed into the command cradle of his crisis battlesuit, and tuck off toward the horizon. Months passed, and the war for the enclaves ground on. Though Oshava's armies were led capably by his lieutenants, without their leader, it was all they could do to hold the seething hordes of orcs back from total victory. Murmurs of dissent and even anger began to spark in the corners of the enclaves. How could their leader desert them in the hour of their greatest need? Where was the hero of Arkunasha? Would the great mind who had seen the orcs defeated upon Atari Voe truly abandon his own? Appalled by his own failings, Farsight resolved to think long on the events that had led him to this point. There was no victory in fighting a traditional war of mobility and patience. The orcs were on the brink of bringing the enclaves to total ruin, and so intoxicated by the scent of imminent victory that even killing their warlord would not stop them. Farsight sought insight into how he could bring the planets themselves to their aid, as he had done on Arkunasha. Yet this time, the scale of the war was much greater. In his search for wisdom, he skimmed low across the saline ocean of Violos, and then plunged into the water, driving down to the darkness of the ocean bed. There he settled into a trance, sitting cross-legged in the hero's mantle for 7 long cycles. Night sharks and bulbous glowfish circled in the bubbles that bled up from the oceanic fissures around him, as he sought inspiration from the cold truths of water. Once his undersea meditations were complete, Farsight blasted from the ocean into the skies, the shadow of his battlesuit flitting across the waves toward the great volcanoes at the center of Violos's landmass. With his battlesuit jets equalizing against the winds around him, Oshava opened his suit's command cradle above the peak of the dormant volcano Ores, closing his eyes and feeling the air rush around him until he had come to understand its secrets. Once his trance state had ended, he travelled again, plunging deep into a canyon at the heart of the mountain range. He ventured into the sulphurous tunnels that honeycombed the underside of the planet's crust, and with poisonous fumes and trickles of lava snaking around him, he lay on his back and communed with the elements of Earth, teaching himself to think like the slow-burning but impossibly strong anger of the planet's core. Lastly, Oshava flew to the infernos that swept across the tinder-dry forests of Violos, ignited by the war that raged across its surface. He descended into the blazing sheets of flame, his battlesuit's hazard protocols flaring red as its outer layers heated up to critical levels. He could feel his flesh begin to burn, the smell of roasting meat slowly filling his command cradle. His skin started to sear from the tanned grey of a Violan native to a rich, deep black, but he did not cry out. When Oshava finally left the wildfire, his crisis suit flew across the skies like an ember in the night. Over the next few weeks, there came a series of dramatic turns in the tide of the war for the Farsight enclaves. Above the crystal plains of Tenikla, elegant Tau fighters had duelled for weeks with thousands of snub-nosed orc aircraft. Commander Farsight suddenly joined them out of nowhere, ordering every air-cast pilot in the skies to override their consoles and release their propellant gases, forming a wall of volatile emissions shaped to his specific instructions. Then he ignited it with a blast from his plasma rifle. A great gale of flame rolled across the planet as they burned the last of their fuel to escape.
Paint gold
The Tau
over brown.
aircraft were
Oh, bro.
buoyed by the resultant thermals and rode the thunderhead of the Titanic
On
fireball.
the next one, on the next
whilst
one.
the clumsy
I'll
orc
do that
aircraft
first.
were consumed behind them. In the process, the surface was simultaneously scoured clean of both
You
greenskins
probably told me before
and their
already,
corrupted
but you know how it
spores.
goes.
On the watery world of Salish High, Commander Farsight dove once more to the bottom of the ocean and carefully planted the gifts he had requested from the Earthcast. His old friend seismic fibrillator nodes awoke the wrath of the world's oceanic vents. Soon the seas above were riven by such extreme tsunamis that the orc battleships prowling its waters were all capsized. The razor whales of the oceans ate well that night, but Farsight had already moved on. The earthen landscape of Lubgral was next. The Earthcast had built hundreds of oval living nodes upon the planet's surface, each nestled safely between the planet's towering spires of rock. The orcs roamed Lubgral in their billions, besieging every last node, and the orcs were beginning to starve.
Brown.
Farsight ordered the
Beautiful
entire fleet
brown.
of Tenekla to enter low
Feather
orbit
brown.
and maglift the nodes to safety. Then Oshava dropped a clutch of Ovessa's seismic fibrillators onto Borogol, the Great Abyss. Before the hour was out, the planet shuddered in protest, and every one of the delicate rock spires collapsed, burying the orc hordes in 40 meters of solid rock. The mag-lifted living nodes were lowered back down to sit atop the world's new crust. They were restored to full productivity within the week. Lastly, Farsight returned to his adopted world of Violos, and his first act was to conduct a mass Telazara bonding ritual, revitalizing the frayed morale of his warriors. With the other Enclave worlds freed from invaders and the castes united behind him once more, Oshava enacted a mercilessly efficient military strategy that culled the orcs from one district after another. He then used powerful artificial firestorms to sterilize the environment. Very few indigenous species survived the extermination Farsight unleashed on the planet, but no Tau were lost to the flames. As his chillingly effective methods burned the orcs from his enclaves, Oshava's one concession to his own desires was the isolation of the orcs' leader Grog Ironteeth. He finally located the war chief in the eye of a firestorm, attacking his own followers in an attempt to restore order. It is said that Farsight bested the beast in single combat, though none were there to witness it. All that remains of Grog is a sparkling globe filled with ash, the names of each of the Enclave's worlds engraved upon its surface. Though Farsight had won a series of great victories and restored himself as the hero of the newly fortified colony worlds, the greenskin threat was still not ended. Where the orcs of the galaxy hear word of a good fight, their tribes and clans travel to the site purely to start the fighting all over again. The Farside Enclaves would battle the orc menace time and time again, most notably at Arthas Moloch. The Molochite Tragedy. The artifact world of Arthas Moloch is as grey and desolate as a tomb. Its surface is jumbled with thousands of tumble-down shrines and strange, faceless statues that predate any of the worlds of the Imperium. The world's surface is cracked and broken, giving the sense that the planet itself died long ago, an impression that is reinforced by the fact that
I can do
not
it for the
single
holster
green
because there's
shoot or
a
patch
like
of
a
moss
couple of
can be
metal
found
tips.
anywhere
There's a
on the
metal tip on the
surface.
holster,
Not a
and
single
like
living
a
soul
band
makes a home
around
there.
the
Though the
I don't
plaster
know the
walls,
mouth of the holster, I
planet's
guess.
tombs
And
bear the
we could
dark
do that
brown
gold,
smears
but
of
we'll do the
bloodshed.
holster brown
ghostly
leather, so we'll
shadows
paint it
being
all
burnt
brown
into
and
the
do the
walls
tip
wherever the
and
ruins cluster
opening
close together.
gold.
Though the world is
And at least that
barren
way
as
I'll be like,
bone,
oh, so that's
if
the
one
difference.
possessed of psychic abilities were to behold it with a second sight, it would shine like a gold mine in firelight. The shrine hold is peppered with artifacts of ancient and mysterious origin, each a priceless wonder left discarded in the dust. 10 years of punishment followed the reclamation of the enclaves, as Oshava's cadres hunted down and exterminated the Orc menace wherever it was found. Farsight's red-armoured warriors put one Orc-infested planet after another to the torch. One such world was Arthas Moloch, yet it was not just the Orcs that Farsight found amongst the ruins. During Farsight's pursuit of a fleet of Orc asteroid ships to the world of Atario Vo, a number of strange vessels had split off for distant Arthas Moloch. Sure enough, as Oshava's expedition neared the ancient world, he picked up telltale signs of Orc infestation within the planet's built-up zones. On closer inspection by aircast patrols, there was little to no activity on the planet's surface. The Greenskins had either conquered the indigenous lifeforms already, or invaded a world that was already dead. On the bridge of his flagship, Oshava's lips peeled back into a grim smile. The Orcs would not lack for company much longer. Arthas Moloch was the latest in a long string of worlds to feel Farsight's wrath. Divided and frequently leaderless, the Greenskins were slowly but efficiently taken apart by Oshava's Orc killer cadres. However, a strange phenomenon occurred at an 8-pillared temple, dubbed the Great Star Dais by the aircast. Wherever an Orc fell to the dusty stone, a bizarre explosion of light spilled out. Farsight himself oversaw this part of the purge, and had killed dozens of the Orcs with his own rifle. He watched in fascination as, eventually, a blazing disk of multicoloured light began to form above the dais, the shadows of the milling Orcs beneath it dancing with a life of their own. A sudden gout of energy poured out of the disk, like blood bursting from a dying man's lips. When its glow faded, the star-carved stone was covered with horned crimson aliens, the like of which Farsight had never seen. The long-limbed figures cut into the Orcs with swords so black they seemed to Oshava like holes in space, their unintelligible war cries forcing his battlesuit's audio cutout to engage. More gobbets of energy spilled out of the blazing disk, and dozens of bright pink figures cartwheeled and capered out from wherever they touched. Raising their comically long arms to the skies, they sent blazing streams of multicoloured fire into the Tau observers above. Farsight's eyes widened as the flames splashed onto the prow of a passing piranha, turning its canopy to shards of kaleidoscopic glass and sending it ploughing down to the melee below. More flames gushed out, turning Tau to stone, to water, to statues of screaming bone. Farsight ordered the retreat, commanding his forces to fall back into the skies as quickly as they could. They acted without hesitation, leaving the surreal nightmare of the Great Star Dais behind without a second thought. Oshava himself was the only one to look back. As he gazed down into the crackling disk that whirled above the dais, the portal gazed back, though he knew that to be impossible, growing larger and larger until it filled his vision completely. It seemed to him that some titanic void, a rip in the fabric of reality of mind-boggling scale, had torn the heart out of the galaxy. Within it writhed 1 trillion terrible deaths, each calling out to him by name. In that moment, Oshava was changed forever. He had beheld a danger far greater than that posed by the races of Arakan, Orcs, or humans. This disk of light was a gateway to another dimension, and that dimension was desperate to break through. As blood began to trickle from the Shiohi between his eyes, Oshava lost consciousness. His battlesuit spiraled down to crash headlong into a cobwebbed tomb, its automated systems providing just enough intermittent support to prevent him lapsing into a coma. When Oshava came to, he found that his unconscious form had been retrieved to the med bay of his flagship. The situation on Arthas Moloch had gone critical, his advisors reported. Though there were Tau still planetside, they were preparing to evacuate. Drawn by the lure of battle, the Orcs were rushing in their thousands to the site of the Great Star Dais. Fortunately, the Orcs were throwing themselves into the fight with the mysterious red-skinned aliens that had appeared there, and driving themselves ever closer to extinction in the process. Though his head felt like it was splitting apart and every joint and muscle in his aged body was experiencing stabbing pain, Farsight countermanded the orders given in his absence. The tower would not evacuate, he said. They had somehow caused this strange nightmare to awaken, and it was their duty to end it. The Ethereals attached to the council nodded their approval, insisting that they must personally monitor the new threat they had uncovered. Their instructions given, the Firecast girded itself to return to the great star dais in force. Squadron after squadron of Orca dropships descended into the shattered amphitheatres and mausoleums ranged around Arthas Moloch's great temple, as Mantas dropped hunter cadres into the orc-infested necropoli of the hinterlands. A large detachment of Tau had been tasked with monitoring the strange creatures spilling from the rift, whilst two other major detachments eradicated the remaining orcs at as extreme a range as possible. The seething melee that had started upon the great star dais was heaving back and forth as more and more orcs joined the fight. As Farsight and the Ethereals that had been seconded to his expedition came within scanner range, a pair of massive red-winged creatures, twice the size of Farsight's battlesuit, burst out from the disk in a blaze of red light, hurtling through the skies directly toward them. Behind them came more winged beasts, some feathered in the manner of Violan rocks, some with bat-like wings that drizzled gore on the combatants beneath. These airborne terrors split off into two groups that headed out into the wilderness. As they winged through the skies, they roared and shrieked in a language that Oshava could not even bear to hear, let alone translate. His broadside teams were the first to open fire at the winged monstrosities swooping towards them. Heavy rail fire slammed into the ornate breast armour of the leading monstrosity, tearing off a wing and sending it wheeling to the ground. Seeker missiles and plasma bolts were added to the fusillade, and the second beast quickly diverted around an ancient temple, lost from sight. Suddenly, a third winged creature burst through a crumbling facade to fall upon the fire warriors hiding behind it. The giant alien's brass axe, cutting several Tau in half.
There's no turning back.
World. Blood, it screamed, as it splashed gore across the alabaster walls. Blood! For the blood god! The second of the giant beasts dropped down from above, its clawed feet kicking Farsight backwards into the ruins of an ancient statue. A shot from Oshava's plasma rifle caught it under the chin, sending it reeling backwards for a moment before its curling whip lashed out and ripped the arm from his crisis suit. The battlesuit's directional scans picked up a weapon shape behind him, the sword clutched by the statue his fall had toppled. Farsight darted behind the statue's rubble. A split second before the beast's axe smashed the marble figure to powder, the statue's curved blade fell free. Rolling sideways, Farsight snatched the sword up in a smooth motion and swung it hard at the beast's midsection. The creature easily evaded the blow, launching himself up into the air and bounding past his position. As Farsight pursued the beast, he saw it bring its axe down into a nearby fountain with an overhead blow of such power that Oshava could hear the sharp crack of the flagstones beneath. A moment before Farsight caught up with it, the beast bounded into the skies and swooped off into the distance. Fighting the urge to continue his pursuit, Commander Oshava sent the command out for all remaining forces to rally at his position and re-establish a battle line. Many of his fire warriors were dead, slain by the capering beasts that had spilled from the portal, but his troops had died nobly, fighting to the last, and the battle was still raging. It was the gruesome sight that greeted him at the sight of the beast's last attack that made Farsight's throat tighten in panic. Ethereal Aeon Loss had been cut in two from crown to groin, gore spurting out into the fountain around him as the limp halves of his frail body twitched their last. A great, keening cry went up from the Tau establishing the battle line as the news of the Ethereal's death spread through the ranks. Farsight sought to restore order, issuing a series of clipped commands to hastily reform teams into fighting strength as he sought to make sense of the jumbled and confused transmissions interrupting broadcasts across his comms web. A great number of the brightly coloured creatures had driven the second battle group back with their strange spectral flames, but for some reason they gave a wide berth to one of the worn-down statues east of the dais. The Tau took the opportunity to regroup under its shadow. Meanwhile, the ethereal that had joined the third battle group, Aeon Dim, had been gored to death in an attack by a giant vulture-like creature. Farsight's warriors were in disarray, trapped with orcs on one side and the unidentified alien creatures on the other. The fire warriors were on the brink of panic, for the more they shot the creatures down, the more of them appeared. It was almost as if each kill caused 2 more beasts to replace those that fell. Tapping into the visual feeds of the battlesuits in the second group, Farsight examined their environment. In the cadre's midst was a great robed statue, a strange hexagrammatic medallion brandished in its grip. Something struck Farsight as odd about that symbol. For one thing, when he looked at it, the pain that had flared in his head seemed to subside. Acting on instinct, Farsight ordered his warriors to retrieve the hexagram from the ancient statue and carry it forwards against the flame beasts. A few tense seconds passed before the breathless report came that the multicoloured aliens were falling back before it. Aeon Dim's leaderless cadre adopted the same tactic after finding a medallion of a similar nature at their own rally point. Oshava's mind whirled. It seemed as though it would take more esoteric means to defeat this new and inexplicable foe. He took a moment to think on the words that Puretide had taught him upon the peak of Mount Kanji all those years ago. To secure victory, the wise must adapt. Ordering all 3 battle groups to converge on his position, Farsight rearranged his battle plan in an instant. The fire warriors and their support teams would engage the orcs, forming a periphery around the great star dais that could not be breached under any circumstances. The crisis teams would alone engage these new foes at the crackling disc itself, and the hexagrammatic medallions would be brought to Farsight wherever they were found. Above all, he ordered, no blood must be spilt on the dais. If a battlesuit pilot was hit, he must withdraw immediately. Farsight's warriors were perplexed by their orders, but they carried them out to the letter nonetheless. Oshava and his battlesuit cadre stormed the great star dais as his fire warriors kept a defensive perimeter so that no more orcs could reach the fight. Flamer-armed crisis teams burned the remaining greenskins that still fought upon the dais to a crisp, darting out of the reach of the crimson-skinned aliens whenever they came close. As clouds of fire washed across the ground, the blood that covered the flagstones dried and clotted to a crusted film. A howl of dismay sounded from the strange, crimson-skinned creatures, reaffirming what Farsight had suspected. The beasts needed blood to survive. A warning echoed across the dais from the brave Monat, who was the latest to claim the title of Commander Brightsword. He had spotted a trio of the massive winged beasts plunging out of the skies. They each had their axes raised as they dove with reckless momentum straight for Oshava himself. Commander Farsight raised his captured blade high in salute before flicking it outward, and the hexagrammatic medallions that hung loosely around it sailed in a lazy arc towards the crackling disc in the centre of the dais. A moment before the winged beasts fell upon Oshava, the medallions passed into the blazing energies. A tremendous backblast boomed out of the portal, knocking the Tau into the dust. As they gradually helped each other up out of the rubble, they saw that the skies were clear, and every single one of the rift creatures had disappeared without a trace. In the wake of the strange battle, Farsight and his warriors purged the ruins of the remaining greenskins. No victory shouts were heard. No warrior vows rang out. Instead of celebrating their double victory against the creatures infesting Arthur's Moloch, the Tau returned to their fleet in silence. The last of the ethereals had been found, headless, surrounded by his unconscious bodyguards. All 3, Ethereals were gone, leaving the Tau bereft of guidance. The Enclaves had lost all of their spiritual leaders in a single tragic battle. Oshava could not shake the feeling that this had been no accident, that some infeasible force was conspiring against his people. Though all of his training and formidable intellect railed against it, the visions he had seen in that crackling portal stayed with him night and day, infecting his thoughts with ever more dangerous conclusions. There was more to the universe than progress, unity, and destiny. Something lurked behind the material world, something foul, hungry, and immeasurably evil. The Dawn Blade. The mysterious artifact that Oshava took upon Arthas Moloch is even older than the Imperium of Man, fashioned aeons ago by the strange race that once inhabited that haunted world. The Dawnblade has been forged from materials that even the finest of earth-cast minds cannot fathom. Its blade is sharp enough to cut through rock, and since taking it up on Arthas Moloch and modifying it for use in battle, it has been Oshava's weapon of choice for close engagements. Unbeknownst to Farsight, the ancient sword has a dark secret. Its blade is made from chronophagic alloys. Whenever its wielder cuts a life short with it, the natural span that it stole from his victim is added to the wielder's own. This has allowed Oshava to live for almost 3 centuries, though he has his suspicions that it is the Dawnblade that has prolonged his lifespan to such a degree. If Farsight ever found out the horrible truth, he would likely end his own life in ritual suicide, then and there. Tendrils of Doubt. The disastrous revelations of Arthas Moloch shook the Farsight enclaves to their core. Oshava retreated from office, exiling himself so that the dangerous truths he had learned could not harm his people. Yet the fates had another cruel twist to play. Even as Farsight struggled with his own spiritual battles, a Tyranid splinterfleet curled ever closer to his realm. Upon the return of Farsight's expedition, the tragedy that had unfolded on Arthas Moloch rippled throughout the enclaves.
Yo, Ghost Rider, what's up, my dude?
Before, the death of all 3 of the expedition's ethereals cast billions of souls into confusion and angst. How could Farsight have allowed this to happen? Without the guidance of the ethereals,
just for that, I gotta inhale
word
even
had spread
deeper.
of the strange entities that Farsight's cadres had fought on the artifact world.
Yeah, this guy right
but
here.
in the minds of the Tau citizenry, the Molochites were a dangerous new race of alien and little else. Oshava, for his part, held suspicions closer to the truth that the grotesque creatures were not of the physical dimension at all. For there to be another reality that ran parallel to the material universe explained so many things. The rift creatures appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye on Arthas Moloch. The blazing storms of light that had spat out the human fleet during the Damocles Crusade. The strange deities of humans and orcs. And the seemingly sentient rust devils of Arkunasha. Furthermore, if it were possible to somehow travel in this alternate realm, an empire need not know the limitations of time or space. With the benefit of hindsight, it was clear that the expedition's ethereals already knew something of the existence of such things. Yet they had long hidden this truth from their people, choosing to keep them in obedient ignorance. Oshava was spending more and more of his waking hours in meditation, for he had begun to think schismatic thoughts. Lurking under his ruminations on the possibility of parallel dimensions was the realization that, except for suffering from poor morale, the enclaves were functioning full well without the guidance of the ethereals. Farsight's continued requests for reinforcements from the core set worlds had not been answered, and yet the enclaves had still fought off the most monstrous of threats. Since the defeat of the Green
The more the world changes,
of bitterness in Farsight's heart. Perhaps the castes would be better off seeking a natural harmony, thought Oshava, without the ethereal caste moderating and controlling them at all times. Their actions in the past had bordered on despicable. Their war crimes and cold-hearted politics had seemed necessary and wise at the time, but now, in retrospect, were exposed as deplorable. It was said that Master Eonvar was able to convince many Tau he spoke to of the justice of his actions, no matter how drastic. Was it possible that the Ethereals had been influencing the other castes through some means other than logic and loyalty? The more Oshava thought about it, the more he recalled incidents where Tau had acted with unnatural obedience in the presence of the Ethereals. Even the fundamental myth of Fior-Tion, where the Ethereals appeared from the stars to broker peace between the warring castes over the course of a single night, spoke more of an external force acting upon Tau society than an internal resolution. Heresies reeled through Farsight's mind, taking him to the edge of panic. For him to reveal these terrible truths would shake the Tau Empire to its core. Worse still, in all likelihood, they would bring about the Monto, the time of horror, all over again. Yet the secrets were of such magnitude that putting them to the back of his mind and continuing to lead his people was impossible. With a sickening lurch of thought, Farsight realized that the most dangerous threat to the Tau Empire was himself. Leaving his battlesuit behind for more devoted champions to use in his stead, Oshava fled into the searing wilderness of Violos's plains, exiling himself to a twilight existence of arid caves and dust with nothing but his own dark thoughts for company. The Tau of the core Sept worlds heard progressively less from the Farsight expedition as the years wound on. Soon the probes sent across the Damocles Gulf failed to reappear altogether. Commander Farsight, whose natural lifespan was long spent, was officially proclaimed dead. The entire Tau Empire mourned the passing of their mightiest hero and the end of his glorious quest to bring the light of the greater good to distant stars. The truth was to come to light some decades later, when an outrider probe's routine orbit led it past the Farsight enclaves and back to the Sept worlds at the Empire's core. Instead of being barren of Tau life, the colonies were flourishing. They had clearly found their own way in the galaxy, independent of the commands of the Ethereal Council. Even their Sept colours and symbols had changed. Eonvar was furious. How could the Empire's most beloved champion have turned his back on his people, putting his own interests before the greater good? How could he have led so many of their people astray? The Ethereal's white-hot anger at Farsight's desertion cooled into a cold fury that was far more dangerous. Since Aeon Wee's passing, Master Eonvar had become the supreme Ethereal in his stead. He used every bit of his influence to destroy the hero he had created all those years ago. He informed the Council of the probe's findings, insisting that Oshava was a dangerous rebel, a rogue influence whose heresy should be condemned in the most public way possible. All images of Farsight were to be destroyed, all monuments to his glory reduced to rubble, and all mention of him erased from history. The entire area of space on the far side of the Damocles Gulf was renamed the Forbidden Zone, off limits even to the most senior of Tau. All across the Empire, Oshava's supporters were forced into hiding. Those who spoke well of him were taken away for sessions of questioning, from which very few emerged. Only upon his home planet of Viola did a few images of Farsight still linger, for the commander still had many supporters on that world. To destroy all sign of his presence would risk a dangerous backlash that Eonvar, even in his anger, was wise enough to avoid. Instead, the Supreme Ethereal allowed a single statue to be left standing outside the battle dome of Montier, repurposing it from a glorious monument to a grave reminder that without the guidance of the ethereal caste, even the finest mind could be turned from the light. On the far side of the Damocles Gulf, the Farsight enclaves continued to forge their worlds to better suit their own destinies. Yet with their leader missing for so many years, they too had begun to see Oshava as a distant memory. Generation after generation was born, lived briefly, and died out. Over 100 years passed without sign. As time marched on without him, Commander Farsight became little more than a whispered myth. As 997 M41 drew to a close, long-range reports of a strange galactic cloud reached the fringes of the enclaves. It fit no recognized energy patterns until Commander Ara Khan, who had been a wise military leader to the enclaves for many years, correlated it with recent data fed to him from his hidden allies and the core septs. Silence fell over the Firecast High Command when they saw what the anomalous readings represented. The tendrils of a Tyranid hive fleet heading right at them. The Tau had learned much from their 2-year war against Hive Fleet Gorgon earlier that century. The Tyranids were a foe like no other, able to adapt and spawn at appalling rate. It was imperative that the splinter fleet snaking towards them be taken apart before it made planetfall on any of the enclaves, or their swarms might spell death for every living thing dwelling there. The aircast fleets from each of the enclaves were mobilized to intercept the Hive Fleet, and led into space by Admiral Koro K of Tinekla. Learning from the mistakes made against Hive Fleet Gorgon, Koro K's fleets isolated and destroyed the leading elements of each biofleet, carving helical attack patterns around each tendril and reducing it to spattered ruin over the course of a punishing 6-week space battle. In the end, the sheer number of Tyranid ships proved insurmountable. Even with the aircast's masterful efforts, 3 out of 4 of the bioships' clusters were set upon and destroyed. But as the aircast were fully engaged, the 4th cluster entered Colony World space above Violas with relatively little opposition. As the skies grew sick with the Tyranids' pre-invasion corruptions, and desert vegetation swelled and bloated, a hail of mycetic spores began to rain down from the splinter fleet above. Longer lived than any Firecast warrior before him, the hermit Oshava watched the skies turn purple-grey above his desert refuge. The cacti and creepers that had provided him with water grew out of control into horrible new shapes. Something was attacking his world, something that was changing the substance of his home to better suit its purposes. Oshava could only think of one reason why an invading entity would boost the amount of biological matter on a planet before it attacked, fattening it like a grox calf intended for the feast. The invaders were coming to feed, and he knew that his people needed him more than ever. Amidst the terror and desperation that erupted across the enclaves, a note of joy rang out on Violas. An old dark-skinned warrior had walked into the great Violas Museum, claiming to be Farsight, the famous hero of old, and demanded his revered battlesuit be returned to him, submitting to the required genetic tests with dignity and determination. Sure enough, Oshava had returned to them in the hour of their greatest need. The Firecast took great heart as a living legend emerged from the desert to guide them. They had soon redoubled their efforts to hold back the Tyranid swarms infesting the Violas plains. Studying every scrap of information his commanders could supply about the Tyranid race, Oshava coordinated a new war effort that hinged upon aerial supremacy. A massed spearhead of 80 crisis teams engaged every winged Tyranid they could find, to the exclusion of all else, tearing them out of the skies with long-range missile fire while staying well away from the swarms below. Once they were sure of their aerial success, the fire warriors of Violas boarded the anti-grav docking pontoons that Farsight had requisitioned from the planet's orbital stations and used them to skim across the seething plains. Wherever larger Tyranids were found, they were engaged and destroyed by volley after volley of pulse rifle fire from the anti-grav pontoons. In this manner, Oshava intended to break the Tyranids' leadership structure in a worldwide killing blow strategy that destroyed the mind links, coordinating each brood into a cogent invasion force. Over and over again, the Tyranid leader beasts were hunted and destroyed by the pinpoint application of firepower, and over again, they were reinforced by fat-bodied mycetic spores that rained out of the skies. Thousands of citizens died every day as the insidious invaders probed at every defense and settlement, exploiting the least weakness to break through in a tide of chitinous bodies to slaughter those inside. Each time, Farsight adapted his strategy, optimizing military protocol to better slay the foe. The Tyranids would reinforce and adapt in turn. Though it burned him to admit it, Oshava's plan to cut off the head of this monstrous foe was not working. Calling an emergency council, Farsight convened with the greatest minds of the enclaves. His old friend Ovessa was still clinging to life by virtue of a cocktail of age-regressive drugs of his own invention. He suggested that if the art of the killing blow was not working, then perhaps the patient hunter might be given a chance. Farsight's brow wrinkled, but he gave the idea full consideration.
I got about an hour left of painting
before
I have to wrap it up for the Fallout watch party.
The Tyranid hive fleet above. As horrifying a notion as it may seem, perhaps they should not try to prevent the attack. Instead, they would allow it to happen and then strike back. The very next night, Farsight and his 7 most trusted commanders escorted Ovessa to Violos's Earthcast research facility, Fiorotal, deep in the Valley of Dust. Given enough time, the ancient scientist believed that he and his colleagues could develop a countermeasure that could destroy the Tyranids before their final triumph. Oshava knew that this was their last chance. With his planet all but overrun, he gave the order for the rest of the Tau upon Violos to evacuate. Before the week was out, there were only 12 Tau left on the entire planet. Farsight and his 7 battlesuit commanders, Ovessa, and 3 of Lubgral's most capable Earthcast. Using samples of the Xenos biomass gathered from the battlefield, the veteran...
How long it takes a beginner...
It's just so many commercials all the time, dude.
Riptides that had been, accidentally, diverted to the far side enclaves from the ships en route to Muglaf Bay. Though Oshava had deliberately kept the facility's defences as small as he dared in order to escape detection, on the 8th day the swarms found them nonetheless. Thousands of scuttling weapon beasts poured through the gullies and valleys from every direction, blade-limbed colossi stalking in their midst. Farsight relayed his greatest of respects to his honoured comrades and prepared to give his life to buy Ovessa a few more precious seconds. The battle that unfolded between the battlesuit commanders and the Tyranid swarm was the stuff of legend. Oblatai 9-0, the broadside battlesuit operated by AI Engram of Farsight's old team leader, bullseyed dozens of Tyranid leader beasts from his vantage point atop the research station. The 7th Commander Brightsword's fusion blades blazed bright as they cut through the giant battering ram monsters that assailed the gates, alien ichor evaporating into choking clouds around him as he felled one, boosted away, then slashed through another. Wise Arakon moulded complex firing solutions to defend every new ingress, coordinating the flamer blasts from Shah Vostos and Torchstar to consume the greatest number of the lesser weapon beasts wherever they scuttled through the rocks. When a towering monstrosity killed Shasso Vaga with a blast of bioelectricity, burning him to death inside his riptide, Commander Bravestorm, long interred within his life-supporting battlesuit, charged underneath the Tyranid Biotitan's midsection. Powering his ancient Onager gauntlet to maximum, Bravestorm punched out its thorax in a gory salute to his fallen comrade. Meanwhile, Farsight duelled with the hissing leader beast at the swarm's heart, matching the Dawnblade against the hive creature's crystalline swords. Even Ovessa was able to join the fight at the last, remotely accessing the interface of the fallen Riptide and bringing its weapon systems back online in order to deliver the death blow to a squat-bodied brood beast that was birthing lesser Tyranids straight into the facility's corridors. Suddenly, a great cloud of dust whirled up, obscuring the combatants as Manta missile destroyer OS Porkayon hovered above them. Ovessa signaled to Farsight that he had summoned the Aircast's finest to extract them. The deed inside the facility was as good as done. One by one, the battlesuits boosted up into the air and boarded the Manta. Below them, the research facility was buried under leaping Tyranid bodies as the Tau made their escape. Of the brave Earthcast scientists, only Ovessa survived. Over the course of the next few cycles, the world of Violos was stripped bare of every last shred of biomass. The ribbed mouthparts of the hive fleets had descended to feed, hungrily sucking up the rendered-down gruel of their conquests from the many digestion pools below. Farsight and his commanders monitored the vile spectacle from high orbit. As the twin flames of grief and anger twisted in his gut, Oshava began to doubt the course they had chosen. When he cast a questioning glance across to Ovessa, the wizened scientist just smiled and pointed back toward the bioships themselves. Farsight saw nothing at first, but soon a black stain began to spread across the chitinous flanks of one of the Tyranid vessels. Within a matter of only a few moments, the affliction had spread to a second ship, followed swiftly by another and then another, until none were free of the malign tendrils. The bioships shuddered and writhed as discoloration blossomed outwards to cover them entirely. One by one, the fleshy Tyranid vessels fell into themselves, rotting and falling away like a piece of fruit, decomposing in a matter of seconds. Before the hour was out, the bioships had disintegrated entirely. The countermeasures the Earth-cast had made, explained Ovessa, had been a suite of self-replicating poisons. The necrotizing agents had been on time-delayed release in order to ensure they were fully taken inside the hive fleet before activating. The vector transmission had been the bodies of the Earth-cast scientists themselves. They had imbibed the poisons as their last act upon Violos. Once their bodies were broken down in the digestion pools, the bacterial codes they had locked within themselves infected the air itself. As Ovessa had hoped, the Tyranids had even stripped most of Violos's atmosphere away to fuel their further conquests. In doing so, they had doomed themselves to a swift and painful death. The last act of the Earth-cast scientists had moved Farsight on a deep level. Here was the true expression of the greater good, not in clever politicking or waging of war, but in self-sacrifice, so that others might live better lives in their stead. Though he was used to the warriors of the Earth-cast laying down their lives in the name of the Tau Empire, to see such selflessness in another caste humbled him. The deaths of the scientists had ignited the flame of ambition in his heart once more. Oshava strove to see Violos rebuilt and resettled, its 3 principal cities named for the Tau scientists that had given their lives so that the rest of the enclaves might live. The barren wastes and volcano ranges would be rebuilt as Tau cities that boasted many grand monuments. On Lupgral, the favoured planet of the Earth-cast, field after field of white oval memorials were laid in the name of all those that had given their lives for the greater good. No longer would Oshava shy away from his destiny as a leader and a hero. The fight must go on. Violos once burned. To eradicate the spore of the orc, it was reborn, brought back to life with honest toil. Today our planet has died again, consumed by a new
things,
threat.
dude.
Yet in the process,
Yeah,
the
bro.
glutton beasts have been consumed in their
there.
turn by the fires of our defiance. Let those same flames grow fierce in your hearts, my people.
Yeah, I'm
With them,
proud of it so
We
far.
shall bring light and warmth to the
You know,
cold
it can only get
stars
better, right?
of a new horizon. Commander Farsight. The Eight. The greatest living legends of the Farside enclaves are the Eight. Led by Oshava himself, the Eight are warriors beyond compare. The greatest battlesuit pilots, true masters of the art of war. Farsight cannot ask for a more loyal bodyguard. Commander Farsight. The renegade Firecast commander is Chassot Viola Chauvin Case Montier, often shortened to Oshava, and often better known as Commander Farsight. Over his unnaturally long lifespan, Farsight has been known by many other names as well, for he was the most exalted of all the prodigies of the legendary Commander Puretide. He was also the hero of Viola, and the bane of Greenskins, and after he left the Empire, he became known as the Great Traitor, or he who renounced the greater good. To the Tau of the Farside enclaves, he is their one true leader, a warrior who will take his people to their great destiny. Commander Bravestorm. Commander Bravestorm was entombed in life support systems after sustaining critical injuries during the battle at Black Thunder Mesa on Dalith. Since that fateful day, the scorched and twisted Tau has been confined to a battlesuit, although his core support cocoon has been reinstalled into an XV8-02 Crisis Iridium mantle. Despite his hardships, Bravestorm has lost neither his fervour for the greater good nor his lightning-quick mind. He fights with a battle prowess and bravado that few can match, for he has passed beyond fear and courted death itself. Commander Brightsword. Few deliver a death blow with such deadly efficiency as Commander Brightsword. With his pair of fusion blasters, Brightsword leads his rapid insertion force from the front, and his war exploits have proven more than worthy. Many famous warriors have previously borne the same name, and its current bearer is mindful of the heritage that accompanies the honoured title. In battle, he always chooses the most powerful enemy target to annihilate first, and thus far, none have escaped his fusion blasts. He has destroyed the most hulking of war engines and monsters, and his aggressive attack style has been modelled upon the tactics of Oshava himself. Shaso Shivastos. Commander Shivastos was the first Firecast warrior to receive a pure-tide neurochip. Something went amiss, however, and the prototype chip suffered rapid degeneration. Rather than allow the loyal warrior to suffer a lobotomy, Farsight had him spirited away and placed in stasis until some cure could be discovered. Many decades later, Ovessa was able to recalibrate the neurochip, and Shaso Shivastos was reawakened. A tactical genius, Commander Shivastos leads his cadres to victory after victory, for he always seems to know the enemy's battle plans even before setting foot on the battlefield. Shaso Arakan. Equipped with an XV8-05 Crisis Enforcer battlesuit and mounting an extensive suite of anti-infantry weapons, Commander Arakan can leave even the largest formations of enemy troops in ruins in an instant. Willingly leaving the larger targets to Commander Brightsword, Arakan instead seeks out masses of enemy foot soldiers. An analytical warrior, Arakan encourages the Eight to review and critique all of their past battles on HoloVid, for it is his constant goal to further hone his battle arts. Broadside Shasvri Oblatai 9-0. Although it is not known outside of the Eight and their Earthcast attendants, the broadside battlesuit Oblatai 9-0 is not piloted by flesh and blood. Instead, the broadside is controlled by
that
a
little
late
insignia on his chest was so hard to
mnemonic
paint
AI
on, dude.
engram of the original Shasvra Oblatai. Long ago, at the Firecast
I still kind of
training
beefed it up a
codes,
little bit.
it was Shasvra Oblatai who first taught the pilot's arts to the young warrior who would one day become Commander Farsight. Using multi-trackers and advanced scan feeds, Oblatai 9-0 is a master at supplying the rest of the Eight with deadly accurate supporting fire. Sub-Commander Torchstar. A defector from the Tau Empire, Sub-Commander Torchstar is the youngest and most impetuous of the Eight. Bearing twin flamers, the Violan borders on...
Sometimes a whole life can change.
Well, yeah.
The final member of the Eight is Ovessa. He is, in fact, not a Shasvra at all, but an old Earthcast colleague of Farsight, kept alive by microdrones of his own invention. Given that Commander Farsight is a die-hard Firecast traditionalist, it speaks to the bond between the two that he allows any other cast the great honour of piloting a battlesuit, much less a powerful XV-104 Riptide. Many AI suites that Ovessa invented are integrated into the Riptide's piloting array, his technological genius offering him great aid in targeting and compensating for his lack of a lifetime's worth of intense training and experience in battle. And with that, we will leave the story of Farsight, at least for now. We will return in the events of the Arcs of Omen in the not-too-distant future. I would recommend watching or viewing the previous Voxcast of the events of the Second Damocles Gulf Crusade, where the Tau are attacked by the Imperium as they attempt to take Mugaloth Bay. and Farsight's role in that great war. And with this and that, you will be up to date with the current events of Farsight, until we cover the events of the Arcs of Omen. In the meantime, I will include a bunch of additional Voxcasts for you to view, which should help you get a firmer understanding of Farsight and the Tau Empire in general. Thank you to everybody supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate it. Without you guys supporting as channel members and patrons and on a subscribe star, I wouldn't be able to do this, and it's you guys who really help everything move along. I really appreciate it. And if you would like to join these people here as producers, then you can become a member by clicking the join button below, or on Patreon by following the links in the description. And there are various other ways you can support the channel, and I really appreciate it. But if you can't do that, please do like the video and subscribe if you're not subscribed, and please definitely do leave a comment below. I try and reply to all comments, and it really helps me with the way YouTube is. And if you listen to the podcast version, same thing. If you could, it really, really helps. I really appreciate it. I will be back with more stuff soon. I think I'm going to do a big video on the history of the Tau Empire in general, but obviously I won't be including much about Farsight in that because I've got it all here. But yeah, definitely go and get yourself on the second Damocles Gulf Crusade video, and the first one actually, the earlier version of Damocles, the earlier version of the Damocles Gulf Crusade, the first one. It's a bit different to this one. This one's far more detailed and a bit more, it makes more sense with how the Tau have developed since that first codex. So yeah, but anyway, I will be back very, very soon. I hope you've enjoyed this. I've been on a bit of a delay with videos for various reasons, which I won't bore you with, but as we go into September 2024, I should be ramping things up again. Some things have been resolved on my end, and I should be able to commit more time to this as we go forward. So yeah, I'm not going to ramble. I'll see you later. Goodbye. For the greater good. Ta-ra. The Orbital War of the Third War for Armageddon by Matt Keefe and Andy Chambers. The Second Armageddon War, Gaskell's first invasion of that ill-fated planet, had cost the Imperium dearly. As the Imperium finally repelled the Orc invaders, their forces pushed outwards to reclaim worlds and systems which had been cut off for years, finding most of them to be little more than smouldering wrecks. Rebuilding even a tiny portion of the carnage wreaked by the Orcs would stretch the Imperium's resources to the limit. More pressingly, ensuring a sturdy defence during this time to guard against further opportunistic attacks would be a tall order, with the depleted, dilapidated and demoralised forces now available to the Imperium. The Apocalypse-class battleship Triumph was brought into Battlefleet Armageddon in 951 M41, and between the wars served as the flagship of the Defence Fleet under Captain Honeyegger. The Triumph proved to be the bane of many pirate fleets keen to take advantage of any weakness in the Imperial Navy. Amassing an impressive roll of honour, the Triumph became the symbol of the Emperor's will within the subsector. A generation later, when further Orc attacks on systems surrounding Armageddon started to drastically cut the amount of merchant shipping voyaging to the main system, the Triumph and other ships of the Imperial Navy found themselves stretched to breaking point. There were simply too few ships to cover so much space, and it was the merchant transports that were feeling the effect. An appeal for reinforcements was met by the arrival of Admiral Parrell, on board his will, accompanied by 3 first-line cruiser squadrons. Acknowledging the Admiral's seniority and greater experience, Captain Honeyegger transferred command of the fleet to Parrell, and, for a short time, the depredations of the Orc pirates abated. This all changed almost overnight, as the piratical raids turned into full-blown planetary assaults of several minor systems. The Third Armageddon War began in earnest when the Orc fleet re-entered normal space at the very fringes of the Armageddon system, converging immediately on Monitor Station Dante, one of 3 stations specially designed to guard against such an attack. Dante survived barely long enough to open a communications channel, let alone broadcast a distress signal. But for the defenders of Armageddon, already convinced that attack was inevitable, the breakdown in such communications was all the proof they needed that Gazskull had returned. While the ground forces in Armageddon and its neighbouring systems were placed on high alert, preparations were made for deep space conflict. Admiral Perrault,
Yo, Zone X,
commanding
what's up,
the
dude?
fleet from his flagship
Merry Christmas,
His
bro.
Will, led 7 cruiser groups.
It'll be
against the
Christmas
invading
Eve in
Orc
an
fleet,
hour for me. But a
intercepting
quick
them
heads up
close
though,
to the high-gravity
I got
world
the
Pellucida.
Fallout watch party
Perrault,
at midnight.
perhaps
I'm gonna kill
feeling
this
the
stream in
pressure
about
as the
45
first line
minutes,
of
15
defense
to
against this
midnight. Well,
greatest of threats, Pellucida presented a quandary.
in about
The
40
Orcs'
minutes,
inevitable
because it's
goal was to
11:04 right
land
now.
on Chosin,
40 minutes gonna
Armageddon,
kill this
and the
one,
host of
do
other
the Fallout
populated
watch
planets in the
party.
system.
And if you guys
Here,
want to get a
amidst the
couple
far
rounds
less
of
appealing
Darktide
gas
in, I'll
giants and
probably just do
barren
like an
superplanets of the
off-stream
outer reaches
uh,
might well be the only chance
gameplay, I
the
guess.
Imperium would get to fully engage the Orc fleet. On the other hand, even the few garbled messages received from Dante Station were enough to tell him
I
that
might stream
victory
it,
would
but I
not come
probably
against such
won't.
a numerous enemy. Regardless, perhaps feeling the burden of hope placed upon him, Perrault felt forced to commit his entire fleet to an action staged around Pellucida. Within 5 days of leaving St. John's Dock, the Imperial fleet had encountered leading elements of the Orc fleet, decoying enemy escorts with the battleships as the faster-moving Imperial cruisers used Pellucida's gravity well to swing around the Orcs' flanks. The Triumph and His Will worked in concert, combining their fearsome lance armaments to create a lethal web of firepower that no Orc vessel could survive for long. Over 60 enemy escorts were blasted apart for no loss on the Imperial side. As more and more Orc ships joined battle, though, combat degenerated into a chaotic brawl of the sort Orcs excel in. As the bulk of the alien fleet moved further into the Armageddon system, the Imperial ships suffered greatly as the Orcs' combined numbers and suicidal rushes threatened to overwhelm the naval line. The battlecruiser Thunderchild was the first to fall, its captain bravely deciding to fight on whilst crippled rather than disengage, in order that the rest of his squadron could rally around the battleship His Will. As more and more cruiser squadrons started to suffer losses, Admiral Perrault ordered the Triumph to keep station, so that the Imperial fleet had a stable rallying point. The Admiral took His Will forward to join the engagement of the first Orc hulk to enter the pitched battle. Almost immediately, an oversized squadron of cruisers took advantage of the break in the Imperial line and surged forward.
all right, heck
Taking
yeah.
little damage from His
We'll
Will's
be doing it.
long-ranged broadside fire before bracketing the Triumph and bombarding her with massed fire.
How's
Triumph's
how's your
shields
week
failed
going?
within
How was your
seconds,
weekend?
And its ancient hull was soon battered by the crude but heavy Orc weaponry. As the cruisers moved to the battleship, a series of boarding attempts by attack craft and teleporters took the battle into the very heart of the Triumph, where its crewmen fought valiantly hand to hand against the Orcs. As the crew were diverted from their main duties to fight the boarders, the cruisers in the void outside found it easier to continue their bombardment of the increasingly sluggish Triumph. Heedless of the lives of the Orcs they had already sent to board the battleship. Captain Honeyegger was pained by the onslaught his ship had suffered, and reluctantly gave the order to disengage from combat, a feat he barely managed in his crippled vessel. The fighting to clear the Orc borders from his vessel reportedly took another 4 days to complete. With the Triumph out of action and 3 more Orc fleets detected
Nice, dude. Heck
entering
yeah.
the Armageddon system,
That's good,
Admiral
dude.
Perrault was forced to
Me too,
disengage the
but,
remainder
you know,
of his
with
ships
you guys.
and regroup them to slow the Orc advance through the Imperial space by any means he could. In the event, the Orcs seemed to care little for the Imperial fleet, obviously viewing the fleeing enemy as good as
We're
a destroyed
doing
one,
it.
and instead sped forward as fast as they could towards the glittering jewel of Armageddon itself. Peral and his captains watched on, helpless as their system was overrun. First to feel the wrath of the Orc fleets was the sector naval facility of St. Joan's Dock. As facility commander, Captain Starkos recorded in a transmission to Admiral Peral in the days after Pellucidar, "I must now report
There it is.
on our own situation
Finally getting
here
that
on
rain
St. Joan's
started.
Dock. As the Orc fleet swept past your line, we prepared for multiple boarding actions, but incredibly the Orcs opted for simple bombardment. Few enemy vessels attempted orbit of our dock, preferring instead to simply unload ammunition into our...
We live for the moment.
Over 90% of our surface defences were destroyed in the first 7 hours of the attack, negating our ability to strike back at the invaders. Soon after, enemy assault boats were launched. There was nothing coordinated in their assault, and many of my bridge officers have formed the opinion that the many boarding craft that left the launch bays of passing terror ships were the result of poor discipline amongst the aliens. Simply put, we believe we were finally boarded by Orcs that could not wait any longer to reach Armageddon before engaging in battle. With our defences all but nullified, we were powerless to stop them from entering the dock itself, but I organised combat teams to repel their assault with all haste. We suffered heavy losses as the Orcs fought with literal inhuman ferocity, and the fighting that took place as the aliens pushed towards the main reactors was intense. I was forced to divert many teams to aid in the defence of the reactors, for fear that the dock could be lost altogether if they succeeded in their attack, though this allowed many of their number to sweep unopposed through to some of our upper decks. We now have the Orcs somewhat under control, but we have lost almost all contact with the lower decks and must consider them enemy-held territory. We have the manpower to halt any further advance now that the fleets have moved past us and begun their main assault, but we will never be able to clear the infestation unaided." Although at first report Peral was mildly relieved to hear the fate of St. Joan's Dock, escaping, as it had, complete destruction at the hands of the Orcs, he quickly realised that their dismissal of the station's importance was in fact an even more damning blow to the Imperium's efforts. If the Orcs had no intention of spreading their green curse across the entire system, the sheer scale of invasion which Armageddon was about to face must be even larger than previously feared. Peral reasoned. Still, ever the calm strategist, even amidst their hopeless opening defeats of the war, this chain of events nurtured some hope in Peral.
Fuck.
If the Orcs, apparently under direct instruction to do nothing more than bombard St. Joan's Dock, could still not resist their barbaric urge to close and tussle with the enemy, perhaps their actions could be as much of his making as their masters. A strategy of divide and conquer was rapidly becoming the Imperium's last hope. While Peral remained distant from the conflict, regrouping and re-evaluating the Navy's effort in the wake of Pellucidar, matters on Armageddon had become ever more urgent. Fearing that the encroaching Orc fleet would come upon Armageddon before a coordinated defence could be mounted, many of those Space Marine chapters now amassing on the planet took to their battle barges and strike cruisers and returned to space. As the Orc fleet approached the assembled fleet, under the command of Black Templar's High Marshal Hell,
I'm playing a lot of Path of
they
Exile too.
gambled on a
Nice.
single short-lasting volley of fire against the Orcs.
Nice.
Almost in unison,
But you haven't been streaming
more
it?
than a dozen battle
I mean,
barges and
I saw that like
several
the first day
dozen
you
strike
streamed a little
cruisers
bit of it,
pummeled Gas
but I haven't
Skull's
seen anything
fleet
else
with
after that.
torpedoes and bombardment cannon, virtually demolishing the first wave of escorts and crippling the Hulk rumble death. Even so, Helbrecht quickly realized that the stars could not belong to the Space Marines that day, and dispatched most of the assembled forces back to the planet, leaving the fleet to retire and join Peral's own Navy vessels in solemnly allowing the Orcs to push on to Armageddon virtually untouched. Following Pellucidar, as final preparations for a ground war were undertaken, a very serious consideration had to be given to the role the Imperial Navy could play in the coming war. In the Imperium's long history, combined actions where Imperial Navy elements acted principally as transports for the lumbering Imperial Guard armies, or as reserves guarding supply chains and patrol routes were common, as were the many space-bound wars which the Navy had become accustomed to fighting. Likewise, the chapters of the Adeptus Astartes excelled in swift and bloody fleet actions, designed to hammer a way through to contested planets where their particular penchant for planetary assaults would lend them the upper hand. Armageddon, however, proved to be something quite different. Simply using the Navy to defeat the Orcs in space had proved impossible, since Gaskell had no reason to allow any portion of his fleet to be drawn into combat where superior naval discipline would overwhelm Orc brutality. Likewise, relying on the speedy deployment of ground forces to counter the Orcs as they landed was ineffective. The Orc horde was simply too great in number to be conclusively beaten in a solely planet-side conflict, but likewise too vast, and what's more, too reticent, to be properly engaged in space. Instead, a new strategy had to be devised, one allowing the Imperial Navy to operate effectively in deep space, despite being overwhelmingly outnumbered, whilst maintaining enough of a transport capacity to ensure that no single enclave of the system became overlooked or cut off from the Imperial effort. For virtually the first time since the heresy, a system-wide war had broken out which required the complete integration of ground and fleet actions. These problems, initially at least, were not easily overcome. Unusually, the majority of the Imperial fleet was made up of Space Marine vessels, and their role in this mixed campaign was initially unclear. Commitments on the ground led to an undermanned Space Marine fleet, and one further stymied by the need to remain close to their attendant ground forces should the need for sudden movement arise. Any determined attempt to muster a Space Marine fleet for deep space combat invariably compromised other areas of the campaign. After several horrifying defeats in the early part of the war, the Space Marines quickly came to realize, however, that the almost unstoppable numbers in which the Orcs were arriving on Armageddon itself was only being exacerbated by their failure to deal with the threat effectively in space. Angry at his counterpart's arrogant dismissal of the Imperial Navy, High Marshal Helbrecht of the Black Templars restructured firstly his own men, then gradually all Imperial forces to better fight the war system-wide. Helbrecht, like many descendants of Dawn, had always prided himself on his willingness to cooperate with other elements of the monolithic Imperial institutions, and this skill at negotiation and delegation proved pivotal. Helbrecht himself assumed joint command of the fleet, taking responsibility for organized movement and transport affairs, whilst Perrault was freed to dedicate his time solely to the actual matter of fighting one of the Imperium's largest ever space conflicts. Helbrecht quickly realized that the inevitable casualties on the ground were themselves making the size of the Space Marine fleet a problem. Indeed, the Salamanders, one of the chapter's hardest hit in the early stages of the conflict, reluctantly reported to Helbrecht that 2 of their much-needed battle barges would be unable to attend, as they had been left in a state of near abandonment for several weeks, following an overzealous commitment of their crews to the fighting around Archeron Hive. To Helbrecht, the master of a chapter whose entire existence is spent aboard their crusade fleets, such problems were easily remedied. The typical Space Marine tactic of boarding had to be stayed. Such close-quarters fighting would be reserved for the bloodied soil of Armageddon itself. Helbrecht also overcame the initial
Painting, what's up, dude? Thanks for stopping through.
To withdraw a greater proportion of their
Thanks,
men
man. I
from the ground
appreciate you.
to place them aboard the fleet.
Yeah, we're just
With
getting
the
a little
insistence
painting done. Our
that extra
inquisitorial,
mobility, such
our
increased
mystic
manpower
agent.
would lend the fleet would make those same Space Marines infinitely
We're getting
better
there,
able
we're
to
getting there,
return
we're doing
speedily
it.
to the surface should the need present itself.
Sorry
Even
for the
with
late
such
response. I was
masterfully crafted reforms, the
knee
initial
deep in
Orc
detail
assault
there.
had already pummeled large parts of Armageddon into a bleeding, smoking
Hope you're doing
mass of
well.
rubble
Happy
and
holidays.
corpses.
Merry Christmas.
That battle, Helbrecht and Perrault agreed, was already lost. Instead, both the Marine and Navy vessels withdrew from the immediate space around Armageddon to concentrate instead on a blockade of the system to prevent Orc reinforcements. From this strategy born of earlier failure, an unexpected boon was gained by the Imperium. Allowing such vast numbers of Orc vessels through pandered to the Orc psyche, as Parole had already presciently noted after St. Joan's Dock, and they began a frantic planetary assault in their millions. Orcs from the lowest grot to the most ancient and bloated of war bosses boarded landing craft and plunged violently and insanely towards the planet's surface, leaving their fleet a muddled and disorganized mass. As well as this, the Orc landing diverted the vast majority of their available fighter bombers, leaving the Orc fleet largely without attack craft for the remainder of the campaign, a fact which would cost Gaskell dearly. Capitalizing on this, Helbrecht began the first stage of the war to return space to Imperial control. At the battle, later dubbed Helbrecht's Revenge, a Space Marine fleet, acting in wedge formation, a tactic allowing powerful forward bombardment whilst retaining as many defensive attributes as possible, closed upon the Orc hulk Rockdropper. The encounter proved to be something new for many of the Space Marine vessels present, a battle in which the firepower superiority of their vessels was to be utilized almost to the exclusion of their favored boarding and assault tactics. Amongst the fleet, members of the Black Templars and Black Dragons chapters, already experienced naval chapters, excelled beyond all others, and, in their absolute supremacy, acted as a fine example to the rest of the fleet of how the war must henceforth be fought. Against the wedge of vessels, Rockdropper was unable to move itself into a good firing position without leaving itself vulnerable, even with the sizable armada of escorts, cruisers, and rocks which accompanied it. No matter which way it turned, Rockdropper found itself pummeled by bombardment cannons. The Orcs, unable to resist the urge to close with the enemy, only brought themselves closer to the hungry guns of the Space Marine fleet. At the loss of 2/3 of its escorting vessels and the apparent death of its war boss, Rockdropper finally turned to disengage, though it was too late, and its hurried flight served only to bring it into the sights of Ebon Flame, a Black Dragon's battle barge
Thank you for the
operating
follow.
in the honor
Appreciate it.
position of the left-hand flank of the wedge. Mere moments after it came into
Painter's
range,
brain.
the Rockdropper
What's Painter's
was torn
brain?
clean in two, even its wreckage pummeled by the
Are you getting
astute
Jonesing?
Helbrecht, for fear
got
such
the
a
urge
large
to paint?
chunk of a hulk might fall planetward if simply left to float through the ether.
Sweet thing.
At this point, Parole enacted the first stage of his counterpart plan to slowly widen a blockade around the entire Armageddon system. Parole and his fleet emerged alongside the victorious Space Marine fleet just in time to repel a further opportunistic attack from a second Orc fleet. Parole deployed a cordon of battleships and cruisers to the rear of the Space Marines, while determined packs of Imperial escorts saw off the already intimidated Orcs. Parole's maneuver allowed the Space Marines the time needed to disengage from their highly effective but woefully immobile wedge formation in safety. Having at last brought themselves a little breathing space, the fleet dispersed into a series of more effective, smaller battle groups, moving cautiously at first to guard one another's backs, but nonetheless slowly widening the area of space over which they could exert control. Helbrecht willingly took a back seat to Parole during this stage of the campaign, whose unequal tactical skill allowed the Imperial fleet to rapidly expand its blockade for only minimal losses. Parole was keenly aware that his only advantage lay in the Orcs' predictable pattern of invasion, doing, as they did, a little more than head for whichever planets they hadn't already overrun. Parole clustered his battle groups around the planets in question, though always taking care to remain some distance away from any planetary assaults already underway. Instead, clever maneuvering, so Parole hoped, would allow his fleet to retain the cover of those planets, moons, and phenomena for as long as they could, before intercepting the Orc fleets as they approached. The remnants of the Chosin line, a woefully inadequate perimeter of planetary defences installed in the system after the Second Armageddon War, finally proved to be of some, albeit minor, use in this strategy. By these means, Parole overcame his lack of numbers, since he could afford to leave gaps in the blockade in deep space areas, from where the Orcs would inevitably head planetward and run into the Imperial forces later on anyway. Insurgencies beyond the blockade were still frequent, however, and when they did occur, Parole carefully monitored the movement of the Orc hulks in question and waited for them to approach within precise range of other key points of the blockade.
Oh, he was getting painter's brain. I see. I was getting painter's brain, getting stuck on the detail. Damn, dude.
Before disabling their
I bet. I'm
own
glad I figured that out.
systems and gliding coldly and silently on a straight collision course with the invading Hulk. Several Hulks and the battleship Gorbag's Revenge were lost to this new silent running tactic, where battle barges would suddenly engage their systems and appear to emerge from nowhere to quickly cripple their unsuspecting prey. Ever the masters of hit-and-run warfare, silent running quickly became a favourite tactic of the White Scars elements of the Imperial fleet, keenly rejoicing in the unexpected ability to fight by their own favoured means, even in the cold blackness of space. The White Scars battle barge Plainsmaster was even renamed the Silent Horseman in honour of this newly adopted mode of attack. Such a blockade would never be strong enough to repel the Orc attack completely. Indeed, both Parole and Helbrecht would have considered any attempt to do so foolish in light of earlier events. However, the carefully placed points of resistance along the blockade did dramatically reduce the number of Orc vessels and, most importantly, Orc hulks getting through, reducing the Orcs' available troops planetside and so handing the advantage to the otherwise beleaguered Imperial ground forces. Cautious but nonetheless erudite advances by battle groups at the edges of the blockade shored up valuable supply chains, sometimes reopening them after months of Orc domination. With this came the inevitable increase in Imperial reinforcements, still being summoned to Armageddon in numbers. With each new influx of Imperial Navy vessels, Helbrecht was able to redirect precious battle barges and strike cruisers to the ground conflicts, further tipping the balance in favour of the Imperium. But there was no escaping the fact that the ground war would remain a precarious balance while the Orcs still flooded reinforcements planetwards via their mysterious teleporters. Acting on the freedom of movement brought about by this new dominance of space, Parole gave instructions for some of the most unique actions of the war, to seek out and destroy the teleporters. Hunting the enemy is one thing, indeed, the one thing that most of the available forces were adept at. But this was an enemy who had no reason to be caught. The simple pirates and raiders, most often the targets of such scouring searches, sooner or later, by their very nature, have to reveal themselves, even if only against unarmed merchant and transport vessels. Whichever vessel or vessels it was that bore the teleporters had little reason to remain in the face of the enemy, and could simply flee at first sight of attack, since their only role lay in remotely teleporting hordes of Orc warriors. Parole and Helbrecht were well prepared for a long hunt. The Oberon-class battleship Green Lake was chosen as one of the foremost hunting vessels, since its ancient design, dating from a time when the Imperium feared the then newly developed attack craft would invalidate its battleships, and optimized for operating single-handedly against a variety of foes without the need for escorts, made it the perfect predator. Even for this, the hunt could still have been in vain, were it not for a peculiar piece of luck. Ground forces on Armageddon itself reported a brief, 3-week-long period when, at initially unconnected times of the day, the teleporter drops seemed almost to stop completely, and with those that did arrive presenting an extraordinarily high number of dead Orcs, hideously mutilated by the process. Captain Fitzmander, a skilled pirate hunter, realized there were only two possible causes: a sudden failure of the Orky technology, unlike, since, as far as anyone knew, Orchimedes was still alive and well, or some unexpected change in the conditions from which the teleporter was operating. Fitzmander narrowed down the likely causes to the area around Namara, where a fluke alignment of planets had captured the tiny world of Chosin exactly equidistant between its gigantic neighbours, Namara and Gramul, exerting countless unpredictable astronomical forces upon all three. Most acutely, as revealed by long-range sensor probes conducted by Green Lake, was the distortion of energy and electrical activity around Namara, where the gravity of the other two planets had conspired to distort such signals. Working on the theory that this must be the source of the teleporter disruption, the Green Lake headed as swiftly as possible for Namara. Sure enough, in orbit about the planet Fitzmander located the Orc-Hulk Skull Banger. The Green Lake closed quickly, attacking from close range with substantial broadside firepower. Lacking the fighter bombers that would be the customary response to a lone battleship such as this, and with only limited numbers of escort vessels, Skullbanger was so badly mauled that it was crippled as it attempted to enter the warp, the strain of which utterly destroyed the Hulk. Victorious, the Green Lake pursued the fleeing elements of the Orc fleet, hunting them down in short skirmishes over the course of several days. Green Lake's pursuit continued unabated until the unexpected appearance of the Orc battleship Death Dealer.
Oh, Lord.
An exploratory wave of attack craft drew no response from the battleship, leading Fitzmander to assume that, like much of the Orc fleet, Death Dealer was at a distinct shortage when it came to fighter bombers. Relying on proven tactics, Fitzmander elected to close to optimum weapons range and open fire. Little could he have known he had already run too far.
Bro.
Moments before the order to fire could be given, the Green Lake
glad I
was
don't have that.
overrun by boarding Orcs. Fitzmander could never have predicted such an attack, and his crew struggled to repel the boarders. Death Dealer, it seemed, also bore a teleporter, perhaps without sufficient range for planetary landings, but nonetheless sufficiently powerful to flood the Green Lake with Orcs at a distance where ordinarily only the most powerful long-range weaponry would have been effective. Caught completely unawares by the tactic, Fitzmander died alongside his crew, fighting the Orcs hand to hand amidst the cramped corridors across every level of the ancient battleship. At news of the Green Lake's destruction, Parole ordered an even more intense search for Orc elements operating on the fringes of the system, believing now that far more vessels carried teleporters than he had previously feared. The destroyer squadron, Brothers of Kale, made a long-distance sighting of another Orc Hulk in the debris of Mannheim Station. Tortured by the loss of his old friend Fitzmander, Parole led the attack on the Hulk in person.
Yeah, I gotta kill the stream in about 15 minutes, get the other one going, so I should probably start cleaning it up now.
Imperial sources, broke
but
from orbit and fled.
Just gonna finish this last little bit of
Parole,
gold I need
his
on the
will,
edge.
his flagship of many decades, gave desperate chase. Hastily deployed attack craft disrupted the Hulk just enough to prevent it entering the warp, while his will attempted to close. The speed and maneuverability of the Hulk was startling, so much so that Parole was certain Orchimedes himself must be on board. Fearing that such a marvel of Orc engineering might outrun him, Parole abandoned his normal staid methods, forsook all thoughts of proper formation, and simply ordered his will all ahead full in pursuit of the Hulk. As the Hulk prepared to enter the warp, Parole saw no alternative but to ram, bringing his will hard into the vulnerable rear starboard side of the Hulk. Parole ordered his crew ready for a desperate boarding action, a call for reinforcements, in support of which was the last communication ever received from his will before it and the Hulk both slid away into the immaterium. With nothing to suggest he could possibly have survived, Admiral Parole has been presumed dead ever since that moment. While Parole's loss was a bitter blow to the Imperium, it did not seem to be in vain. The teleporter drops ceased at once, seemingly proving that the Hulk Parole encountered had been responsible for most of the Orc reinforcements, making it through the blockade. Next, Helbrecht chose to make a decisive move, turning almost all the remaining Space Marine vessels inwards from the blockade, aiming to finally confront head-on those Orc vessels which had long held such a strong position around Armageddon itself. Perhaps realizing that he would be stranded should his fleet be lost now, Gaskell proved himself once again the most exceptional of Orcs and withdrew huge numbers of his troops to the fleet and swiftly headed out system. Helbrecht prepared to pursue, but now, wiser than ever to the dangers of dividing his forces too thinly, delayed long enough to retrieve those space marines that could be spared from the planet's surface. A number of the other chapters were assigned to close planetary actions, blockading Armageddon itself more tightly behind the departing Orcs, while Helbrecht withdrew his Black Templars to their ships and initiated a space-bound crusade in pursuit of Gaskell's immense fleet. Similarly concerned that the Orcs might simply use their retreat as a means to attack nearby worlds while such substantial numbers of men were tied up on Armageddon, Yarrick ordered that all ground-based Imperial Guard reserves return to fleet transport to be ready for any new planetary assaults, should the need arise. Having seen Gaskell slip through his fingers once before, this was not enough for Yarrick, and the old man joined Helbrecht at the head of the Imperial fleet as it set off in pursuit of his old enemy. The pursuers might have lost Gaskell in those first few days of the chase, had it not been for another side effect of Perrault's ingenious blockade. The staunch line of resistance, which had once kept the Orcs out, now hemmed them in, or at least forced them to make their presence known as they tried to leave the system. Battle groups on the edges of the blockade reported the Orc fleet's movements, attacking them in delaying hit-and-run attacks, where they could, allowing Yarrick and Helbrecht in pursuit to close with the Greenskins. Both Helbrecht and Yarrick knew the fighting was far from over, and prepared for a long campaign against Gaskell around the edges of the system, one for which Gaskell quickly amassed his surviving vessels into a horrifying armada, poised, once again, perilously close to Armageddon. Behind them, though, the story was rather different. Armageddon itself remained ravaged, and perhaps a little too much effort was concentrated on the planetside campaign by the commanders left there following the departure of Yarrick, Helbrecht, and Perrault. The Imperium of Man is a vast and nigh immutable thing, unchanged in millennia, as much through its own reluctance as through any lack of means. Typically, for such a lumbering organization, the bold and courageous kind of reforms which Helbrecht and Perrault had instituted to win such a victory as they could were all too quickly forgotten in their absence. As the conflict in space relented a little, pedantic Imperial captains quickly fell into the old habits of needless bureaucracy, insisting on pointless movements of vessels solely to restore old and unnecessary arrangements of battle groups and fleets, as much for their own comfort and sense of place as for any good strategic reason. With such pointless deeds, the Imperial Navy, having achieved such a remarkable success from so pitiful a position at the start of the war, now, just as astonishingly, neglected its advantage, content simply to patrol and defend the blockade which Perrault had intended to act as a base for later campaigns, not simply as a place of rest for the lazy or cowardly. The hard-won advantage rests in Imperial hands, though whilst Perrault remains missing, presumed lost, it is hard to imagine when, if ever, it will be decisively pressed. And there you go. A little bit of chunky lore from back in the day, from an old boy dwarf. I always got the thing, the third word for Armageddon is so spread out in terms of the lore. I'd love to just have like a campaign book where they just, again, they should just do this anyway, like just lore campaign books they should just release, where it just details out the war, like the old Imperial Armour books. And they've done, like the Sabbath Worlds Crusade got one, but that's only because Dan Abnett did it. You know, I'd love to have an Armageddon War full lore book, you know, with the maps and all the little, you know, comments from soldiers. They did do one back in the day, but it wasn't like, because they didn't know what they were doing with the lore afterwards. It kind of just ends at this point. And of course now they've had this whole thing with Yarrick is apparently dead. We don't know what's going on with that. Angron has returned, and now it's a three-way battle in Armageddon between the Imperial forces, Angron, demons, world eaters, and Orcs. Gaskell Thraka has had his head chopped
All right,
off
you
by
guys.
Blackmane, who he'd never met before.
Yo, thanks, dude. What's up, 51?
I don't know why they even bothered doing
Thanks
that.
for rolling through. We're actually gonna get some. I'm gonna wrap it up right here and get some. Get ready for the Fallout.
Through these Psychic Awakening books.
Yeah, dude, there it is.
Because I never got around to actually reading them because I'm really behind on
Getting
everything.
there.
So I'm reading through them now.
We
And I'm
got,
just like, what is this?
yeah.
You know, like there's some good
we got a
bits in it. It's
few
all over the place. I don't know.
Few more layers
Anyway,
to do, but
thank you all for watching.
yeah, dude,
more
it's
stuff coming
getting
soon.
there.
It's just a short one. It's a
Almost
piece I've always
there.
wanted to get out there because I think it's a nice little piece that adds to the whole Armageddon.
The
thing.
two golds
I think
though
it's kind of been
that I
lost
have that
to
I was
people's
using,
minds because it's so old. I
like
mean,
there's
this
a
is from
polished.
2002.
This is the
So,
regular
yeah, a
gold,
while.
and this is the polished gold.
But this
Polished gold is a little
for me, 40K
darker for
was
some
its
reason.
absolute
Polished,
peak, you know.
non-polished.
This is the high.
So I
the
use
high
both
watermark.
of these, but
It's
they
been downhill
kind of
since
look
then.
the same when you look at
Anyway,
it. So
I'll
it's
see you later.
kinda,
Thanks
eh.
all for watching.
We're learning. We're
Thank
learning.
you to everybody supporting the channel. You can see your name scrolling.
I don't know if you
would like to support
were
the
around
channel,
earlier.
name etched in honor.
I fucked up my Citadel
screen.
paints.
Then yeah, you can become a member on the YouTube channel.
I put these little metal tabs in. I put these metal tabs inside my my paints so I could mix them up, and they got rusted, dude. Rusted, bro. Ruined my paints. I mean, they're not that ruined, but I'm just not even gonna deal with it. This one was pretty much brand new, and there's like a big old spot of rust in there, and it's bad if it's on white, dude. It's gonna show up. This my shit. I see the difference. You see it? Okay, as long as somebody can tell the difference. Yeah, dude. So that kind of sucks. I mean, I have backups, thankfully, but like, damn, dude. At least this is how we learn, right? Yeah, and I've got a little metal ball in all the colors I had open. So at least, I don't know, eight of them are gone. But that's how we learn. I tried to salvage a little bit of it, but it didn't work out too well. Agrax Earth Shade on the gold, make it look better. Hell yeah, I sure will. I'll do it on that. And on the skull on his waist. And on the leather. I'll be doing it on the leather too. Gotta take the BBs out. Oh, bro. Yeah, no. I thought it was kind of like I just leave them in there kind of thing. Yeah, no, I messed up. Hey, but you know how I say, this is how we learn. This is how we learn. This is how we learn. Sorry.
I put a lot of effort into this, and I thought it was pretty good. So hopefully you enjoy this, and new stuff is coming. Do not worry. Thank you all very much for watching, and please give a like and subscribe and share this around if you think anyone will like it. And to everybody supporting the channel, thank you. I'll just say all this now, so I don't say it at the end again.
We're doing it.
Thank you all very much. I'll be back
All
again
right,
very soon. Hope you enjoyed this. If you've never seen this before, and long-time viewers, it's
No
still
more
good,
kitty
right?
Cam.
It's still good.
We had
Come
the
on.
kitty cam up
All
here.
right.
Oh, I didn't.
Thank you all very much.
I still have it
Bye-bye.
on too. No more kitty cam because Buddy left. I gotta use it for Fallout anyways. Kill this camera. Gonna switch over.
To my fellow servants of the Imperium of Mankind, please find attached the following official revised history of the Ecclesiarchy to be disseminated amongst your own organizations and any you are attached to. Previous versions are to be eradicated from your records by any means necessary. Any queries regarding this revision should be forwarded to the office of the Inquisitorial Representative.
I know, dude. It's all good though, you know.
Inquisitor.
No use crying over, you know, no. What is it? No use crying over spilt milk or whatever. Yeah.
Ministorum. The Adeptus
Ceramic marbles.
Ministorum.
Yeah. That's what Francois said. He's all, you got to use the glass ones.
Is a massive organization.
I learned.
founded
I
on
learned.
the
It'll never happen again. I'll tell you what.
Through its preachers, confessors, missionaries, and cardinals,
I
the
gotta hurry.
Ecclesiarchy controls the veneration of the
We'll
masses,
wash out the paint stuff
giving
later.
their homage and organized focus. The imperial creed, practiced by the ecclesiarchy and its billions of adherents, is the only official religion of the Imperium, although the interpretation of the ecclesiarchy's rites and dogma can vary. Any extreme deviance from its strictures is considered heresy, and is dealt with severely. The ecclesiarchy has guided the servants of the Emperor for nearly 10,000 years. But deep within its ancient records, its beginnings can still be traced. In the miles of catacombs beneath the ecclesiarchal palace, the dusty journals of past ecclesiarchs nestle next to scrolls containing the confessions of heretics.
Always something, huh?
Deeper into the library.
Well, thank you for the heads up, because I'm sure I would have done the same thing.
The Chronicles of Lord Van Dyer. Even further still is the Vault of Origins. The earliest records are kept. Dating back to the Horus Heresy, most of these scripts are kept within pulsating stasis chambers, their pages so brittle they can never again be read or turned. Their beautifully illuminated and illustrated leaves are cracked and torn with age, and the letters have faded into indistinct grays. The secrets of the Vault of Origins are imparted only to the most high-ranking officials of the
I have to have the showcase mode on, that's why.
Even the Inquisition are denied access to the burial chamber of history.
Unless I already had it on.
They destroy the Ministerum's glorious past in their quest for knowledge and truth. The Horus Heresy.
Whatever.
Even before his retirement in the Golden Throne,
we're gonna end it right here, you guys.
As a god by many members.
Kill this guy. I'm gonna put the music back on. And I'm gonna start it back up here in pretty much now. And we'll get started for some Fallout episode 2 of season 2. And if you guys are down for some Darktide after Fallout, I'm down for a couple rounds. I probably won't stream it, so I guess I'll just see you guys on the Morning Star and meet up there, I guess, after Fallout. But everybody that was here, we did it. Thank you guys for hanging, for chilling. We'll be back in a second for some Fallout. Breaking news today. Man, great video, subscribe and do a like, do the spam. Need 5 subscribers. Do a live stream, thanks. Yeah, dude, I got you breaking news. Thanks for stopping through and subscribing. But thanks, you guys. Here we did. We got our paint on. We did all right. We're going to keep working on it next week. You guys know the schedule. We got a lot of stuff. Merry Christmas. I'll see you guys here soon, in a minute. Peace.